Just bear with us for a moment as members of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians are finding their seats. We had a bit of a delay with the formalities and protocol, and this is the reason why we are sort of holding off on the start at this point in time as well. So just bear with us for one more minute, I think. So, dear colleagues, as I see everyone has found their seats, it is my pleasure as President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians to greet everyone here today in person in Madrid. And for this, I must express praise to the government and to the Parliament of Spain, who have done a tremendous job in a very short time to get us all here, to give us this venue, and to make sure that we are able to meet again face-to-face despite the difficult COVID times. And with this praise, I also think that it is important that we are reminded and that we remind each other constantly of the rules and safety regulations that exist in Spain regarding COVID. And one of the core rules is actually social distancing, and the second core rule is wearing of masks. The government of Spain expressly requests everyone to be wearing masks, even when delivering speeches and comments. So please respect this. With this, I go on to greet the distinguished guests who are with us today, Mr. President of the Government of Spain, Mrs. President of the Congress of Spain, also Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, and all of you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be opening the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the occasion of the 143rd IPU Assembly. This assembly is an important opportunity for us to put gender equality on the top of the agenda of all parliaments. In the coming days, we will be talking about the challenges we face to democracy, how we can overcome division and build a better tomorrow. We are seeing increased polarization in our societies, leading to mistrust and political institutions and to a culture of hate and intolerance. As the pandemic has further deepened inequalities and increased online violence, there is an urgent need to strengthen our democracies and build back better. With this in mind, we need a gender perspective in understanding how we can enhance trust among people. Bringing institutions and people closer together means making parliaments more representative and more inclusive of women and other underrepresented groups in society. COVID-19 has revealed the importance of functioning democracy that can respond to the pressing needs of society, needs that are diverse and varied. And we look to the Forum to guide us in this. I am pleased that today we will be having a panel discussion for strategies on gender-responsive lawmaking. To overcome division in our society, we must address the legal barriers that discriminate women. Parliaments are central in ensuring that laws guarantee gender equality. We can only do this through analyzing how current laws impact women and girls, and understanding how they can be reformed to promote the rights of all. Against the backdrop of our increased reliance on social media and online platforms, I am also looking forward to hearing our discussions on the draft resolution on legislation worldwide to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse. These types of exploitation also have a strong gender component, and it is important to ensure that this perspective is mainstreamed throughout the resolution to be adopted during this assembly. Despite the circumstances, in 2020 and 2021, the Forum has led way in gender-responsive parliamentary action on so many fronts, which you will be recognizing today. These have inspired parliamentarians around the world to act on gender equality despite the current context. To this, I congratulate all of you. Let us continue this inspiring work today and in the preceding days of the Assembly. And with this, I end my welcoming remarks. Thank you. Thank you. And I see that we have requests to take the floor from the representative of the United Arab Emirates. Please, Ms. Al-Suwaidi.
Hello. Hi. Good morning. My name is Mira Al-Suwaidi, and I'm a member of parliament from the United Arab Emirates. Thank you for hosting us here today, and thank you for having us in Spain. I would like to take this opportunity to request and propose, and I'm sure that my colleagues will also agree with me, if we would like Ms. Mertixel Batet Lamania, the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies, to become the President of the 32nd session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this. And I also see a request from Ms. Anyakun from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I want to second the proposal for the chair to be the chair for the Women Parliament today. Thank you.
Thank you for this. And with this, as the rules of the forum say, we have an elected chair for this session. Madam Batat, I congratulate you with this. Thank you. And I hand over the rights to chair to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your proposal. It's a pleasure. Muchas gracias por la confianza que la Unión Interparlamentaria ha depositado en España, en su Parlamento, en las Cortes Generales, en el Congreso de los Diputados y el Senado y en mi persona también. La designación como presidenta del Foro de Mujeres para los trabajos de hoy es para mí un honor y una oportunidad para expresar nuestro compromiso con la igualdad, con la libertad y con los derechos de las mujeres. Estoy segura de que el foro cumplirá una vez más con su función de apoyo e impulso de la tarea de todas las parlamentarias del mundo en beneficio de esas finalidades y espero, como toda la organización, estar a la altura de nuestros objetivos y de la trayectoria del foro. Señor presidente del Gobierno, señor presidente de la Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria, señor secretario general, señora presidenta del Buró de Mujeres Parlamentarias, señora Vasilenko, buenos días a todos y a todas y bienvenidas y bienvenidos también, porque algún hombre hay, al Foro de Mujeres Parlamentarias. Como decía, es para mí un honor como presidenta del Congreso de los Diputados de España, como servidora pública y también como mujer, participar en la inauguración de la 32ª sesión del Foro de Mujeres Parlamentarias en calidad de presidenta recién nombrada por sus propios miembros. Mi más sincero agradecimiento. Permítame, en segundo lugar, manifestar mi firme convencimiento de que la presencia normalizada de mujeres en las instituciones públicas y en todos los ámbitos y procesos de toma de decisiones supone uno de los elementos clave para la propia normalización de la perspectiva de género en la agenda pública. Este foro y su trabajo lo demuestran cada día. Me agrada y congratula especialmente ver que cada vez más parlamentos, cuya presidencia la ostentan mujeres, están hoy aquí presentes, simbolizando y demostrando su adhesión clara al objetivo de igualdad efectiva entre mujeres y hombres. La igualdad reconocida en las normas es importante, es un primer paso, es imprescindible, pero después esa igualdad formal tiene que ser real y efectiva. Por ello, deseo reconocer la gran labor que realiza el Foro de Mujeres Parlamentarias, que dedica grandes esfuerzos, recursos y conocimiento a fortalecer la presencia y liderazgo de las mujeres en las cámaras de representantes. Un órgano imprescindible para sensibilizar, crear sinergias y, fundamentalmente, introducir en todos los parlamentos miembros la agenda de la igualdad de género y todas sus vertientes. desde la lucha contra la desigualdad y las discriminaciones contra la mujer hasta la explotación sexual y la violencia de género, y situarlos entre las grandes prioridades políticas en aras de impulsar medidas legales y políticas públicas en pro de esa igualdad efectiva entre mujeres y hombres y en pro también y, en definitiva, de la libertad. De forma específica, los parlamentos deben centrarse en garantizar y asegurar marcos jurídicos igualitarios. Las mujeres, como ciudadanas, como todo ciudadano, son merecedoras de que el principio de igualdad no solo presida y esté presente en todas las normas, sino que además no incluya elementos discriminatorios que impidan los proyectos vitales de la mitad de la población mundial y, en especial, los sueños vitales de las niñas. La generación futura, que tendrá el derecho y el deber de seguir manteniendo todos los esfuerzos volcados en las últimas décadas. Marcos jurídicos igualitarios que además permitan desarrollar acciones públicas de garantía de la igualdad en el ámbito privado y, en especial, de medidas compensatorias de acción positiva. Medidas todas ellas que deben partir, por supuesto, de la erradicación de una de las mayores lacras de nuestras sociedades. En el día de ayer conmemoramos el Día Internacional de la Eliminación de la Violencia contra la Mujer. Y como ya precisamente manifesté en el Pleno del Congreso de los Diputados, quiero reiterar en este foro que la violencia contra la mujer constituye una violación de los derechos humanos, una violación de las libertades fundamentales e impide, por tanto, el total desarrollo de un Estado social y democrático de derecho. Por último, permítanme hacer mención al propio lema general de esta Asamblea: los retos contemporáneos de la democracia, superar la división y construir la comunidad. Un lema que contiene en sí mismo la necesidad de considerar todo tipo de desigualdad una amenaza para la democracia y para todos los procesos democráticos. Afrontar esta amenaza, lograr resultados visibles, calar en el conjunto de la sociedad removiendo discriminaciones a veces invisibles, requiere de trabajo constante y, sobre todo, de grandes acuerdos que sostengan con fortaleza y sin fisuras todas las iniciativas y avances en materia de igualdad de género. La presencia hoy del presidente del Gobierno de España en este foro es una clara demostración del compromiso de este país con la igualdad y con la libertad de todos los ciudadanos y de todas las ciudadanas. La eliminación de cualquier tipo de discriminación y, por supuesto, de cualquier manifestación de violencia hacia las mujeres es una prioridad absoluta que preside su agenda pública. Muchas gracias, presidente, por tu presencia, por tu compromiso, por tu apoyo, y muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes también por su presencia, por haber hecho el esfuerzo en este inicio de apertura de fronteras y de volver a una cierta normalidad, por su presencia aquí en España. Sean todos muy bienvenidos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Batet, for this introduction. And it is customary for the President of the IPU to also speak to the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. So I welcome Mr. Duarte Pacheco. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Mr. President of the Government of Spain, Madam President of the Congress of Deputies of Spain, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. Secretary General of IPU, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, but allow me to say friends, because you are a community of members of parliaments. IPU involves more than 46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. And we create real links of friendship between ourselves. And this is one of the most important goals of IPU, because this way is more easy to resolve problems and to avoid conflicts between our countries and our people. So I always prefer to address you as friends. I am very honored to be opening the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the occasion of 143rd IPU Assembly. And for the first time, I am addressing you in person. I said that I was elected 1 year ago, and I felt I was a virtual president. A lot of webinars, a lot of meetings by Zoom, Skype, all kinds of technologies, but face-to-face, finally, we are together. And it was possible to be together again, not just because, thank God, the pandemic is more controlled than it was on the last year, but allow me to say, with the strong partnership of the government led by the Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez and by the Congress of Spain. And so, thank you so much, Madam President Meritxell Bachelet. Thank you so much, President Pedro Sánchez, just because you support inter-parliamentary dialogue, it was possible to come here and to be here in presence. You make a lot of efforts to arrange everything, to have a safe meeting to all of us. And this way, you are showing to the world how important is democracy and multilateralism and also the parliamentary diplomacy. And, Mr. President, allow me to say that we are very honored with your presence here, because it confirms that you are very committed with the gender issues. We know that because this is your history, your political history. And you know that also when we saw the composition of the government of Spain. But it's important also to confirm your commitment with the gender issues, because it is not possible to have one inclusive democracy if we forget half of the population of the world. Only with the full representation of men and women inside our parliaments we will have a complete representation of the people. And this way, thank you so much for your presence with us. Mr. President of the Government, Madam President of the Congress of Spain, gender equality and women's empowerment are issues on the top of IPU agenda. This forum helps us to focus on the perspectives of women in all our work, and it helps us set the tone for a gender perspective in our inter-parliamentary deliberations. Led by this forum, the IPU has achieved great results. Thank you so much also for that, Madam President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Just this year, we organized inter-parliamentary deliberations to mobilize for a gender-responsive recovery post-COVID-19. We had a great influence on the Generation Equality Forum. We brought together women leaders into a successful summit of women speakers of parliament in Vienna. And we are supporting inter-parliamentary cooperation for women's empowerment at regional levels in all continents. We defend gender parity in political participation because inclusive leadership drives stronger governance and better outcome. But how is possible to achieve this. We must take transformative measures such as quotas and apply them in many countries. Yes, we still need it in many countries. We must strive to have gender-sensitive parliaments that are not only open to women's participation, but that also promote their influence and leadership. We must also address the barriers that limit women's participation, including gender-based discrimination, sexism, and violence against women in politics. Yes, yesterday was International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and we need to celebrate this day because we still have violence against women. We will be very happy when it will be possible to abolish this day. But until then, we need to celebrate every year to remember that still have violence against women in many parts of the world. Another pillar is to ensure that the legal framework that govern our lives do not discriminate against women and are gender responsive. Now, more than ever, we need to enact more effective and equal legal guarantees for men and women to fulfill their potential. Oversight of implementation of legislation is a responsibility that you have as legislators and that we need to reinforce. We may create the best laws of the world, but if they are not implemented, it means nothing. The implementation sometimes is more important than the laws we may create. Oversight, the implementation of legislation, so is a responsibility that we have as legislators and that we need to reinforce. We are meeting here in Spain, where many good practices exist on that front. I look forward to exchange of knowledge and lessons learned to step up our accountability for women and girls. And allow me to say one more thing. We need to give attention to education and to change mentalities. And again, as legislators, we have a role on that. Because it's from very young that is possible to change the future. And we need to pay attention to the education system. Colleagues, friends, this year made us realize that we need to build our societies back better, stronger, and more resilient. Time has come for us to show we can and we will make a difference as members of Parliament. We know that achieving gender equality requires strong collaboration, so we must act together. We know that without men, bold and sustainable progress in gender equality cannot be achieved. So I invite you and your male colleagues to join the parity debate on 29th of November, so that together we can see how it is possible to engage men to work in partnership between women and men to achieve equality. Only together is possible to build a better and a different society. Dear colleagues and friends, I look forward to your deliberations, and I wish you an excellent session of this forum, one essential forum for the IPU. Thank you so much.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you also for your continued and ongoing support of this forum and of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in all our endeavours, which are really important to keep the gender equality agenda on point in all our parliaments across the world. I now call on Mr. President of the Government of Spain to deliver his speech. Please, Mr. President, the floor is all yours.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a Madrid. Es un placer acoger a este honorable grupo de parlamentarios y parlamentarias. En primer lugar, me gustaría dar la bienvenida al presidente, a la presidenta, al secretario general, a las parlamentarias y a los parlamentarios de este importante foro. Para nosotros, para España, es un honor poder acoger esta edición 143 de la Unión Interparlamentaria, la primera semipresencial, como ha dicho precisamente el presidente, después de la irrupción de este virus del COVID-19. Y esta también es una buena ocasión para reivindicar que en España esta es la cuarta ocasión que tiene lugar como sede la celebración de este importante foro. La primera vez que se produjo en nuestro país se celebró en 1933, es decir, hace 88 años. Durante el gobierno de la Segunda República y antes de la Guerra Civil y de la larga dictadura y posteriormente la transición democrática y la democracia española después de la Constitución del 78. Más que nunca, creo que atravesando todavía este tiempo de pandemia, cuidar y fortalecer nuestros sistemas parlamentarios se ha convertido en una prioridad política a nivel nacional y también a nivel internacional. Son muchos los debates, los temas que se van a tratar estos días en Madrid y que nos exigen, además, una acción coordinada y multilateral para hacer frente a los retos globales, como es, por ejemplo, la pandemia que estamos atravesando, pero también el cambio climático, la creciente desigualdad o la erosión que sufren las instituciones democráticas o las amenazas a la paz y a la seguridad que vienen derivados de muchos de estos retos globales. Por tanto, fortalecer y desarrollar nuestras democracias pasa sin duda por fortalecer nuestros parlamentos y convertirlos en parlamentos capaces de rendir cuentas ante la ciudadanía y también de poder realizar y desempeñar todas las labores que les tienen encomendadas la ciudadanía con su voto. Por tanto, parlamentos eficaces, innovadores, parlamentos inclusivos y parlamentos representativos. Por eso, a mi juicio, es tan importante y tan actual la temática que vais a abordar en esta asamblea de la UIP y que va a dar paso a la Declaración de Madrid que vais a aprobar en los próximos días. Porque efectivamente es un reto de la política, de todos los que amamos la política, superar las divisiones, reforzar, por tanto, los espacios de diálogo, de encuentro y también de consenso, reducir la polarización, marginar los discursos de odio, reconectar a la ciudadanía con sus instituciones democráticas. Y por eso me gustaría hacer un llamamiento urgente al diálogo, a la búsqueda de consensos políticos, sociales, para afrontar los grandes retos a los que nos tenemos que enfrentar como humanidad durante las próximas décadas. Y singularmente pongo en el centro de ese desafío la emergencia climática. Porque ninguno de los retos que compartimos va a poder ser respondido de manera eficaz y de manera equitativa si persiste el desacuerdo constante y la falta de diálogo, porque al fin y al cabo la polarización conlleva riesgos para nuestras democracias. Uno de ellos, que me gustaría poner de relieve, es la desconfianza. Una desconfianza que crece, donde se pierde también el respeto, la empatía por el diferente, y donde los ciudadanos, en definitiva, lo que hacen es alejarse de la política y de sus instituciones democráticas. Por eso, a mi juicio, es tan importante este foro, porque la feminización de la política es una de las mejores recetas que existen para reducir la polarización y a favor del diálogo entre diferentes. Miren, el Gobierno de España ha hecho un especial esfuerzo por acercar posiciones, por buscar espacios de acuerdo y de encuentro, sobre todo en la respuesta a esta emergencia sanitaria. Hemos llegado a 12 acuerdos con los sindicatos y los empresarios a lo largo de estos 20 meses largos de pandemia. Hemos celebrado también 18 conferencias de presidentes, porque nuestro Estado es un Estado compuesto, es un Estado donde los presidentes autonómicos, los presidentes de los gobiernos regionales, los municipios también tienen un peso decisivo para poder abordar cualquier tipo de decisión y también desde el punto de vista de la emergencia sanitaria. Ese es un ejercicio de cogobernanza. Y ayer mismo aprobamos en su primer trámite los presupuestos generales del Estado para el año 2022 con una mayoría que representa a 11 fuerzas políticas dentro del Congreso de los Diputados, porque sumar es la clave, buscar puntos de encuentro es decisivo, trabajar por alcanzar mayorías que representen las distintas sensibilidades de un país, no para ser más, sino para hacer mejores políticas y mejorar la vida de las personas y de nuestro país, es decisivo en este momento tan crucial que estamos atravesando en la lucha contra el COVID-19. Queridas amigas, queridos amigos, para mí es un placer participar en la inauguración de este 32º Foro de Mujeres Parlamentarias y además poder hablar precisamente de inclusión, de representatividad, de estrategias legislativas con perspectiva de género que al final, como ha dicho antes la presidenta Batet, no hacen más sino profundizar y reforzar nuestros sistemas democráticos. No ha sido fácil llegar hasta aquí, no lo es, para ningún país lo es, tampoco lo ha sido para España. Pero España hoy cuenta con una Cámara de Diputados que es la más paritaria del conjunto de la Unión Europea, con 166 mujeres parlamentarias, es decir, el 47,4% de los 350 escaños que son elegidos en los procesos de las elecciones generales. Y el Gobierno de España es el gobierno con más mujeres, porque ellas representan dentro del Ejecutivo el 63% de los ministerios. Sin duda alguna queda muchísimo por hacer, pero hemos cambiado mucho en estas últimas décadas y yo por eso me siento muy orgulloso de liderar un país que abraza precisamente la causa de la igualdad real y efectiva entre hombres y mujeres. Miren, cuando repasamos los archivos fotográficos o la hemeroteca de hace 30 o hace 40 años en nuestro país, a nosotros nos chocan mucho algunas de las imágenes que vemos. Seguramente sonríamos al ver la ropa que se utilizaba entonces, nos escandalizará, seguro, ver a diputados fumar en las Cortes Generales, en los espacios públicos, pero con todo lo más chocante es descubrir que en esas imágenes que retratan la vida política y la vida institucional de ese momento en España hace 30, 40 años, es decir, antes de ayer, casi no aparecen mujeres. Pero, sin embargo, en los cajones, en los álbumes familiares de nuestras casas, están repletas de fotos personales de la misma época en las que sí aparecen las mujeres. ¿Qué es lo que quiero decir con esto? Que ese es el mayor cambio que afortunadamente hemos experimentado, y es el papel de las mujeres en la vida política, económica y social de España. Y eso debe ser el verdadero reto de nuestras sociedades, la igualdad real y efectiva entre hombres y mujeres en todos los aspectos de la vida, de nuestras vidas, privadas, pero sobre todo públicas. Afortunadamente ya no podemos concebir parlamentos sin mujeres, y creo que esto es muy importante, porque no hay parlamentos sin parlamentarias, y como no hay tampoco democracia representativa real si dejamos fuera de las instituciones a más de la mitad de la población de nuestros países. Miren, uno de los pasos más importantes para la representación política de las mujeres en España se dio en el año 2007. En el año 2007 se aprobó una ley muy importante, la Ley Orgánica para la Igualdad Real y Efectiva entre Hombres y Mujeres. Aquella ley del año 2007 abrió camino, porque lo que hacía era obligar a la representación equilibrada en los parlamentos, en el Parlamento de España. Y aparte de la ley, algunos partidos políticos, como el que, por ejemplo, yo lidero, intentamos aún fijar unas reglas mayores de compromiso igualitario, utilizando lo que hemos denominado en términos coloquiales la lista cremallera, es decir, que haya candidaturas donde después de un hombre o de una mujer le suceda precisamente su contraparte. Y esta fórmula efectiva para garantizar la igualdad en los parlamentos, en las listas parlamentarias, también ha sido muy importante a la hora de consolidar la representación de las mujeres en las instituciones políticas. Además, La ley introdujo la perspectiva de género en el ámbito de las administraciones públicas, las estadísticas oficiales, la política urbanística, la formación de jueces, de magistrados, el empleo, la salud laboral o también la sanidad. Y hoy, por ejemplo, en el Gobierno de España, como les decía antes, hay 14 mujeres y 8 hombres. Y además 3 de ellas, y me permitirán nombrarlas, Nadia Calviño como vicepresidenta primera y ministra de Economía y Transformación Digital, Yolanda Díaz como vicepresidenta segunda y ministra de Trabajo y de Economía Social, y Teresa Rivera como vicepresidenta tercera y ministra para la Transición Ecológica y Reto Demográfico, ocupan los 3 primeros o las 3 vicepresidencias del Gobierno de España. Tanto en los parlamentos como en los gobiernos, señoras y señores, no es solamente una cuestión de sumar mujeres parlamentarias o ministras, también lo es de que ocupen puestos de la máxima responsabilidad ejecutiva. La ministra de Defensa en España es mujer, la ministra de Hacienda en España es mujer, la ministra de Industria en España es mujer, la ministra de Justicia en España es mujer. Hay 3 vicepresidentas que representan a las mujeres en el Gobierno de España. Eso es también un compromiso inequívoco y firme para con la representación de las mujeres. Porque la participación de las mujeres en los parlamentos es, además, desde hace décadas, catalizadora de la agenda democrática hacia políticas integradoras, igualitarias e inclusivas. Señoras parlamentarias, este foro de mujeres viene poniendo en común la agenda por la igualdad dentro de la Unión Interparlamentaria desde el año 1978. Y más que nadie, ustedes saben que el desarrollo de la democracia es imposible si no está representada en ella la mitad de la ciudadanía. Ningún país puede, además, prescindir hoy de las ideas y de las perspectivas de las mujeres que aportan al servicio público que da sentido al trabajo parlamentario. La igualdad de género está en el ADN de nuestro Gobierno, es un eje prioritario y transversal de todas nuestras actuaciones. Esto es muy importante, ser conscientes de que hablamos de políticas horizontales, no sectoriales. La política de igualdad, la perspectiva de género, tiene que expandirse por todas y cada una de las políticas públicas que se pongan en marcha. Y simplemente dar un dato. De acuerdo con el Gender Equality Index del año 2021, mi país ocupa la 6ª posición de la Unión Europea en políticas de igualdad de género. Y en lo que representa la variable poder, que mide la igualdad de género en los puestos de toma de decisión en las esferas política, económica y social, mi país ocupa el 3º, subiendo 7,5 puntos con respecto al año previo y más de 19,9 puntos en relación con el año 2017. Es decir, que España está reduciendo las brechas entre hombres y mujeres, aunque sigue quedando camino por recorrer, como antes les comentaba. Gracias a las acciones del Gobierno de España, de las políticas públicas y de la sociedad civil, sobre todo de las asociaciones feministas muy poderosas en nuestro país, hemos logrado pasar de un 31% de las mujeres en los consejos de administración de las empresas públicas en el año 2015 a nivel estatal a un 37% en el año 2020. En la empresa privada, las mujeres representan el 26,1%, 3 puntos más que en el año anterior. Y, por tanto, avanzamos, aunque es lógicamente imprescindible seguir haciéndolo para alcanzar esa realidad de la paridad. También me gustaría señalar que los presupuestos generales del Estado para el año 2022 y que ayer se aprobaron para seguir su tramitación en el Senado, incluyen una cifra récord destinada a Ministerio de Igualdad, 500 millones de euros. 225 millones de euros en políticas de fomento de igualdad de oportunidades que han incrementado un 55,7%, por ejemplo, las políticas destinadas a la lucha contra la violencia machista a través de los fondos europeos. En marzo de 2020, un poco siguiendo la estela de lo que nos comentaba el presidente de la UIP, comprendiendo la necesidad de abordar las políticas de igualdad también desde la base, desde la educación, desde la infancia, aprobamos una nueva ley educativa que introduce la perspectiva de género en las escuelas para fomentar la igualdad entre niños y niñas y también entre los jóvenes durante todas las etapas de formación, así como la prevención en violencia de género, el respeto a la diversidad afectivo-sexual y también, por qué no decirlo, la incorporación y la promoción de las mujeres en todas las disciplinas STEM, poniendo especial atención a la infancia, a la adolescencia, siguiendo uno de los ejes que había trazado precisamente este foro, el abuso infantil a través de Internet. Me gustaría señalar que en el año 2021, en junio de 2021, aprobamos en nuestro país la primera ley integral para proteger a los niños y las niñas frente a todo tipo de violencia. Esta es una ley pionera que hace hincapié en uno de los dos ejes sobre los que van a trabajar ustedes en el foro esta mañana, que es reconocer la necesidad de capacitación de los menores en seguridad digital. También contempla la ampliación de plazo de prescripción de los delitos sexuales contra niños y contra niñas y adolescentes, y refuerza la protección de los niños y niñas en situaciones de violencia de género, reduciendo la violencia llamada vicaria, aquella que se ejerce contra los niños y las niñas para causar daño a terceros, o en este caso a terceras, a las mujeres. Quiero además subrayar que el Gobierno de España ha sido el primer gobierno del mundo en aprobar una Carta de Derechos Digitales que hemos enviado precisamente al Congreso de los Diputados. No es mandatoria, pero sí exige, digamos, o plantea, mejor dicho, un horizonte de respeto a los derechos digitales, a las libertades digitales, a la perspectiva de género en todo el mundo online que se está abriendo. Y finalmente, además, esta ley a la cual antes hacía referencia, la Ley de Protección de la Infancia, modifica el Código Penal para ampliar los delitos cometidos a través de la red, a través de Internet, endurecer las penas y establecer la inhabilitación en los casos de abuso sexual. Y quisiera recordar también, en materia de legislación con perspectiva de género, que es el segundo eje sobre el que van ustedes a trabajar, que el pasado mes de julio de este año el Gobierno de España aprobó el proyecto de ley de integridad, o mejor dicho, integral de la libertad sexual, que endurece las penas por delitos sexuales contra menores, amplía la protección social de las menores víctimas de violencia sexual e incluye medidas de prevención en el ámbito digital. En definitiva, lo que quiero decir con todo esto, parlamentarias, parlamentarios, es que ninguno de los avances conseguidos es inamovible. El grado de vulnerabilidad se ha incrementado. Resulta, por tanto, imprescindible no bajar la guardia en la lucha por la igualdad de género, especialmente en aquellos ámbitos en los que la desigualdad de la mujer es una de las causas de mayor discriminación, como es, por ejemplo, la pobreza, la exclusión social, la precariedad laboral o especialmente la violencia machista. Ayer, precisamente, hacía referencia tanto la presidenta Batet como el presidente de la UIP. Ayer, precisamente, fue el Día Internacional de la Eliminación de la Violencia contra la Mujer. Y ayer, de nuevo, alcanzamos un gran acuerdo en el seno del Congreso de los Diputados de las Cortes Generales, todos los grupos parlamentarios, no todos, pero la mayor parte de los grupos parlamentarios. Un gran acuerdo para relanzar un pacto de Estado contra la violencia de género, dotándolo de más medios, de más medidas, de más financiación, para garantizar muchas cosas. La primera de ellas, la estabilidad, subrayando que la lucha contra la violencia de género es una verdadera cuestión de Estado que trasciende cualquier tipo de lucha partidista. Este pacto es un claro ejemplo de la importancia que tienen los grandes consensos en el seno de las instituciones para también alcanzar grandes acuerdos en beneficio de nuestros compatriotas. Voy a terminar transmitiendo el apoyo del Gobierno de España a este foro de mujeres parlamentarias y deseándoles un buen trabajo durante estos días. Estoy convencido de que sus conclusiones, de que sus aportaciones van a ayudar a seguir recorriendo un camino para cerrar brechas que nos separan. Porque este es un espacio privilegiado para fortalecer precisamente nuestras instituciones, fomentando el diálogo, el acuerdo, el consenso entre todos aquellos y aquellas que, aun pensando diferente, compartimos el deseo de vivir en sociedades más justas, que son al final las sociedades más igualitarias. Muchísimas gracias y de nuevo bienvenidos y bienvenidas a Madrid.
President Sanchez, thank you very much for your contribution. It is very important to recognize the role of women, and it is equally important that in all our parliaments, women play such an important role, at least, and are represented at least in the same way as they are in Spain. It is crucial that women are seen more than just democratic ornaments in all of our parliaments, and that men and women work together and take on the same responsibility to make our societies and our world a better place. And I commend you, Mr. President, that you have very clearly defined this in your speech and noted this in your remarks. But with this, I understand that we will have to let the president of the Spanish government go ahead with the rest of his day and his very, very busy schedule, and also the president of the IPU and also the secretary general of the IPU. With this, we thank you very much for participating in the forum and for your very wise and profound words and comments on gender equality this morning. Thank you. So, colleagues, as our distinguished guests make their exit, I will refer once again to the rules of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, whereby it says that when the Member of Parliament of the hosting country cannot, for some reason, or is out of the room during the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, it is the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians who shall chair the session. So as Speaker Batet is making her way through protocol measures, I will stand for her in the time being. And I suggest that we move on with our agenda. So, dear colleagues, as we begin the work of our forum, we should begin it with the adoption of the agenda. You should all have before you the agenda for today. We have discussed this during the Bureau of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians in June 2021. And with this, I invite all of you to adopt this agenda by acclamation. If that is okay, and that if there is no opposition to the items presented in the agenda, I shall consider this agenda adopted. Great. Thank you, dear colleagues. So, we have many interesting topics for us to discuss today. And we will be all participating in fruitful and interesting discussions. Sorry, just a second, sorry. Okay, sorry. I've just been told to speak closer to the mic so that the translators can hear me better. So apologies for that. As we go on with our order of the day. So I will remind you that today we are starting our work in the morning session, which will go on until 1 p.m. And then from 1 until 2:30 we will have a break. And then our day today ends at 5:30 p.m. Well, at least the agenda of the forum is expected to end at 5:30 p.m. So we will now consider the item 4 of the agenda. It focuses on the recent activities and advances in gender equality. I will ask now a colleague of ours, Madame Baba Moussa Soumanou. She is a member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians and she is from Benin. And she will come and take the floor, please, Madame Baba Moussa, to give us all a brief on the work of the Bureau in its last sitting and what we have been up to and what we have been doing. So, Madame Soumanou, please.
Chers membres du Forum des femmes parlementaires, je suis la rapporteure, si on peut ainsi dire, des travaux du Bureau des femmes parlementaires de la 32e session. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, c'est avec un grand plaisir que je vais vous informer les travaux du Bureau des femmes parlementaires. Le rapport couvrira les travaux qui ont été effectués par les femmes parlementaires. Ce rapport couvrira les travaux effectués par le Bureau en mars et mai dernier par visioconférence, et de même que pour ce matin. Au printemps dernier, le Bureau, renouvelé pour moitié, a élu Mme Licia Vassilenko de l'Ukraine comme présidente et Mme Hala Ramzi Fayez de Bahreïn pour le poste de vice-présidente. Ces nominations ont été approuvées par le Forum lors de la dernière assemblée. Plus tard, dans cette journée, c'est aujourd'hui que ça s'est passé, il y a eu l'élection de la deuxième vice-présidente en la personne de Mme Andrade Muno, excusez-moi la prononciation, de l'Équateur. Après son renouvellement du printemps dernier, notre bureau s'est réuni en visioconférence afin de définir une vision et de planifier le travail des prochains mois. Les femmes et les filles ont été particulièrement exposées aux effets de la pandémie et continuent d'en souffrir de manière disproportionnée. En outre, la pandémie a encore freiné la progression vers l'égalité des sexes. Dans ces conditions, nous sommes déterminés à multiplier les initiatives visant à promouvoir l'égalité entre femmes et les hommes, à intensifier les actions porteuses de changement et à accélérer les progrès au sein des parlements, mais aussi par leur entremise. Nous avons retenu des mesures transformatrices à mettre en œuvre dans les parlements nationaux. Légiférer en faveur de l'égalité des sexes et supprimer tous les obstacles juridiques à l'exercice des droits des femmes et des filles. Accroître la participation des femmes et des dirigeantes dans la lutte climatique et le travail de terrain pour réduire les changements climatiques. Atteindre la parité homme-femme au Parlement et promouvoir la participation de différents groupes de femmes au processus décisionnel et en premier lieu de jeunes femmes. Éliminer la violence sexiste à l'encontre des femmes et des filles en mettant l'accent sur l'éradication du sexisme, du harcèlement et de la violence faite aux femmes et aux filles dans les parlements en politique. Je suis particulièrement heureuse de vous annoncer que notre vision et nos axes de travail à nous, femmes parlementaires, ont été inclus dans le cadre général Sion Égalité. L'UIP est l'une des entités championnes de la coalition d'action sur les mouvements et le leadership féministe. Celle-ci regroupe des gouvernements, des organisations internationales, des organisations de la société civile et des mouvements de jeunes, ainsi que les organismes philanthropiques et des sociétés du secteur privé. Ce groupe a adopté la vision de l'UIP, qui consiste à promouvoir un programme féministe en instituant la parité dans la prise de décision ainsi que des processus inclusifs et sensibles aux gens pour une véritable intégration d'une perspective de genre. Cette vision porteuse de changement a été présentée par l'UIP et d'autres champions lors du Forum Génération Égalité en juillet dernier. Nous espérons donc qu'avec vos partenaires, vos parlements, vous allez soutenir ce programme afin d'accélérer et d'intensifier la dynamique de transformation en faveur de l'égalité des sexes et de l'autonomisation des femmes et des filles. Pour en venir à ce qui va nous occuper aujourd'hui, je vous rappelle que nous allons, s'il vous plaît, nous allons nous pencher sur les droits et la protection des filles en discutant du projet de résolution de la Commission permanente de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme intitulé « Législation dans le monde pour la lutte contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne ». Cet exercice sera particulièrement utile puisque nous discuterons des amendements au projet de résolution à proposer pour la prise en compte d'une perspective de genre. Nous nous diviserons en 2 groupes. Je crois que c'est déjà fait. Le groupe 1 discutera du thème « Législation sensible aux gens et axée sur les besoins des victimes pour lutter contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne ». Le bureau est convenu de ce que Mme Fayez Tibaen soit la présidente de ce groupe et que Mme Babamoussa Mariam, ma modeste personne, soit la rapporteure. Le groupe 2 discutera du thème « Stratégie sensible à l'âge et au genre pour éduquer les enfants et leur donner les moyens de se protéger et de signaler toute exploitation sexuelle en ligne ». Ce bureau est composé de Mme Beriton, de France, comme présidente, et de Mme Souravani, de l'Émirat arabe uni, comme rapporteur. Je pense que vous approuverez ces propositions. Chers collègues, pour terminer, je souhaite revenir à une importante réflexion lancée par notre bureau juste avant la crise de la COVID-19, qui porte sur la façon de mieux associer les hommes à la recherche de l'égalité des sexes. L'idée est en effet que nous avons besoin des hommes et des garçons pour parvenir à l'égalité des sexes et qu'il s'agit là d'un facteur clé de la stratégie visant à accélérer notre action. Je suis donc très contente d'annoncer la tenue d'un débat paritaire sur le thème « Les hommes et les femmes parlementaires s'impliquent-ils dans une égale mesure en faveur de l'égalité des sexes ?» Il se déroulera le 29 novembre de 9h à 10h30. Comme pour le débat de Doha, nous discuterons à partir d'un ensemble de questions stimulantes sur la façon dont les hommes peuvent devenir des champions efficaces de l'égalité des sexes. Ce débat ne pourra se tenir sans que les hommes y participent, car nous avons besoin de comprendre ce qui peut susciter et nourrir leur engagement. Nous souhaitons donc avoir des retours d'expérience de la part d'hommes qui défendent, aux côtés de leurs collègues femmes, un programme féministe au Parlement. Et nous souhaitons également entendre l'avis d'hommes parlementaires qui ne sont pas nécessairement déjà engagés dans cette action. Je vous exhorte donc à ne pas manquer cet important débat et à revenir accompagner d'au moins un collègue d'homme de votre délégation. Merci de votre attention.
Madame Soumanu, je vous remercie bien de votre rapport. Thank you, Madame Soumanu, for making this excellent report and also for giving us a general sense of our activities today until the end of the day and the very important gender discussions that we'll be holding through this forum. So now, again, I revert back to the rules of our forum, and as they say that when the forum is hosted outside of Geneva, it is the Member of Parliament from the host country who shall be chairing the Forum of the Women Parliamentarians. And as now Speaker Batet is in the room with us, I welcome her to the role of chair of our forum, and I shall now take the place with the Ukrainian delegation in the room. Thank you, Speaker Batet, for taking over.
Thank you very much again. Centremos ahora nuestra atención en la participación de mujeres y hombres en esta 143 Asamblea. Es un placer invitar a la señora Kanouté, de Senegal, vicepresidenta de la OIP, y miembro del Grupo de Asociación de Género, para que nos resuma la participación en esta Asamblea. Tiene la palabra la señora Kanouté.
Madame la Présidente, excusez-moi, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter un compte rendu sur les travaux du groupe de partenariat entre les hommes et les femmes. Comme vous le savez, le groupe de partenariat hommes-femmes est l'organe de l'UIP chargé de promouvoir et superviser les mesures en vue de la parité au sein de l'organisation et de ses parlements membres. Il est constitué de 2 femmes et de 2 hommes, tous membres du comité exécutif. Ici à Madrid, le groupe a été nouvellement formé. Il est composé de la présidente du Bureau des femmes parlementaires, Mme Vasilenko, de M. Ali des Émirats arabes, de Saïdof d'Ouzbékistan et de moi-même. Le nouveau groupe se réunira pour la première fois ici à Madrid le 29 novembre. Il examinera l'état de la participation des femmes et de l'intégration de la dimension genre, tant à l'Assemblée que dans les structures décisionnelles et les parlements nationaux. Le groupe mène un travail essentiel. Il y a 2 ans à Belgrade, nous avons proposé des amendements au statut et règlement de l'UIP, qui ont ensuite été adoptés par le Conseil directeur. Ces amendements ont permis de renforcer les sanctions contre les délégations qui ne respectent pas la diversité des genres. Depuis l'entrée en vigueur des amendements portés par le groupe, nous avons vu une amélioration de la représentation des femmes aux assemblées. Lors de l'assemblée virtuelle de mai 2021, le pourcentage de femmes déléguées a été de 38%, soit un record jamais atteint auparavant. À l'heure actuelle, 37,7% des délégués annoncés à Madrid devraient être des femmes. Ceci confirme la tendance. Mais attention, ne nous asseyons pas sur nos lauriers. Si globalement la situation s'améliore, nous avons encore du travail à mener pour que toutes les délégations de l'UIP soient composées d'hommes et de femmes, et que celles-ci tendent à la parité. Ici à Madrid, à l'heure actuelle, il y a 11 délégations de 2 membres ou plus qui ne sont composées que d'un seul sexe. 10 fois sur 11, elles ne sont constituées que d'hommes. L'égalité n'est pas seulement une affaire de chiffres. Le groupe va reprendre aussi la discussion sur notre environnement de travail. À Belgrade, le groupe a décidé de lancer un processus pour que les assemblées et autres réunions de l'UIP aient un cadre efficace pour prévenir et lutter contre le sexisme et le harcèlement sexuel. Comme nous le savons, aucune organisation n'est immunisée, n'est immune à ce fléau, et l'UIP doit donner l'exemple dans un domaine dans lequel l'UIP est pionnière. Chers collègues, le groupe compte sur votre collaboration pour que son travail continue à porter ses fruits. Je viens du Sénégal, un pays qui a toutes ses pesanteurs culturelles et traditionnelles, mais ensemble, avec les femmes et la volonté de l'État, nous sommes aujourd'hui arrivés à la parité intégrale dans les instances effectives, électives et semi-électives. Pour dire simplement que je suis bien placé pour savoir que nous pouvons tous y arriver. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Canuté, por toda la información que ha hecho llegar a todo el Foro de Mujeres. Gracias por esta ilustrativa presentación. Felicitamos al grupo también por su trabajo a favor de la participación igualitaria de hombres y mujeres en la UIP. Estimadas colegas, centremos ahora nuestra atención en las últimas actividades sobre igualdad de género que ha llevado a cabo la UIP. Nos centraremos en la 13ª Cumbre de Presidentas de Parlamento, celebrada el 6 de septiembre de 2021, y el nuevo estudio regional sobre sexismo, acoso y violencia contra las mujeres en los parlamentos en África. Tengo el placer de invitar a mi colega, la presidenta Maharani, para que nos informe brevemente sobre la 13ª Cumbre de Presidentas de Parlamento. Presidenta Maharani, tiene la palabra.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament took place last September 6 in Vienna. It was held by the IPU, the Parliament of Austria, and the United Nations, and convened on the occasion of the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. A total of 155 participants attended, with 26 women speakers of Parliament participating in what was first global in-person gathering for many of the participants in nearly 2 years. The theme, Women at the Center, from confronting the pandemic to preserving achievement in a gender-responsive recovery, allowed speakers to reflect on how the effect of COVID-19 aided existing inequalities in many ways. We discussed the essential role of women during the pandemic, as well as how post-pandemic recovery could lead to progress to gender equality. The first session was entitled Women in the Pandemic, a Tribute to Everyday Heroes. Against the backdrop of the pandemic response, we saw that globally, 70% of healthcare personnel were women. Women scientists, doctors, and nurses were and continue to be in the frontliners of the pandemic, which witnessed their crucial role in confronting the pandemic. We also paid tribute to women decision makers, both in and out of Parliament. Women in position of power, as well as women journalists, were instrumental in navigating societies through the difficult times brought by the pandemic. There is an urgent need to encourage and support women to be better represented in all public and private sphere of leadership. Gender parity in Parliament is also a crucial step in advancing gender-equal society post-pandemic. The second session was called Women in the Post-Pandemic Recovery, Preserving Achievement, Furthering Progress. We discussed that economic empowerment must also come in the form of universal and gender-responsive social protection scheme. Today, 60% of women worldwide are not covered by any type of social protection. It was strongly agreed that social protection policies must be amended to better support women, especially those in vulnerable situations. As daunting challenges related to violence against women and children arise, we discuss how speakers must also strengthen their effort to stop such violence in its tracks. Policies must address root causes through the empowerment of girls and their equal access to education. Distinguished delegates, the outcome of the summit emphasized that a transformation of the economy and society through a gender perspective is needed. The COVID-19 crisis provided an opportunity for that kind of transformation. Women speakers of Parliament are eager to lead the way. It is the duty of parliamentarians everywhere and of all genders to lead the transformation of our global system to ensure the just allocation of resources and of equal opportunities in the future. We hope to carry this perspective into the deliberation of the 143rd Assembly and in our future activities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta Maharani, por esta fantástica presentación. Ahora le ruego a la señora Zeina Hilal, directora del Programa de Asociación de Género de la UIP, que nos informe sobre el trabajo reciente y sobre el nuevo estudio sobre sexismo, acoso y violencia contra las mujeres en los parlamentos en África.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Muchas gracias. I'm very pleased to be speaking under this agenda item, which is a reporting on recent activities carried out to promote gender equality. This part of the reporting is from the IPU Secretariat, and I'm honored to present to you just one of our recent activities, given the short time that we have. We have produced a study on violence against women in Parliament. Violence against women in Parliament means all acts of violence directed against women because of their gender, to discourage them from engaging in political activities and from exercising their human rights of participation, as well as to influence, restrict, or prevent their individual or collective participation in political life. There is a normative framework that commits states and parliaments to end all forms of violence against women, including in politics. The main message conveyed by violence against women in politics is a desire to eject women from political life, ultimately. At the IPU, as you know, we work very hard to promote and to enhance women's participation in politics. Hence, we had the responsibility to better know, to better understand, and to better reveal the prevalence of violence against women in politics and its impact on the participation of women, on their access to political institutions, and on their pursuing of a political career. So it was our responsibility to carry out studies to reveal the phenomenon of violence against women in parliament, because before that, no data existed. And we needed to bring evidence-based information and data on this scourge. So we carried out 2 studies, one global in 2016, one regional in Europe in 2018. And now we have carried out the second regional study, focusing this time around on Africa. We aim to conduct such studies in each and every region of the world to better fine-tune the findings and to better understand the specific forms and prevalences of violence against women in parliaments based on the region where the countries and the parliaments are. The second regional study on parliaments in Africa was carried out through confidential interviews conducted with 224 women from 50 African countries, nearly all countries in Africa. We had participating in the confidential interviews 137 women parliamentarians. That corresponds approximately to an average of 3 women parliamentarians from each parliament, on average. We also could interview 87 female members of parliamentary staff. This was extremely important to hear the survivors. And this study, I very much insist on that point, this report, this study, is based on what women parliamentarians and parliamentary staff have reported to us on cases of violence, on prevalence of violence, on different settings of violence, and I'm going to go in more details here. The study covered different forms of violence against women. Maybe the largest form of violence exerted against women parliamentarians is psychological violence. The women parliamentarians who took part in the study are 80% of them have experienced psychological violence. 67% have been subjected to sexist remarks. 46% have been the target of sexist attacks online. 42% have received death threats, rape threats, threats of beating, etc. 39% have faced intimidation of different type. Intimidation, threats, and online attacks seek, of course, to silence women in parliament. Other forms of violence against women that we have surveyed are sexual, physical, and economic violence. And at these levels, 39% of the respondents to the survey, women parliamentarians respondent, have experienced sexual violence. 40% of them have been sexually harassed. 9% of them have been affected by sextortion, that is, requests for sexual favors. 23% of the respondents have experienced physical violence, that is, beating, for example. 29% have been exposed to economic violence. Comparing with the findings of the global study on sexism, harassment, violence against women carried out in 2016 and the European study carried out in 2018, we found out that the percentage of psychological violence and the percentage and the levels of physical and economic violence are somehow similar. But the level of sexual violence against women parliamentarians in Africa is considerably higher than in Europe and the rest of the world. There are, of course, contextual factors to this, including conflict, post-conflict, and such situations that are a bit particular. Also included when rape, for example, is used as a weapon of war. This general violence against women has its impact on women in parliament as well, as much as it impacts women and girls in different countries. Now, let's look at the perpetrators of violence. And I'm really sorry to say, but this is not invented. This came from the women survivors themselves. The perpetrators of violence are male parliamentary colleagues as primary perpetrators, male colleagues from same political parties, and male colleagues from opposing political parties. But others as well, other males, let's say. 44% of online sexist attacks can be attributed to members of the public or to anonymous people. 30% of attacks of intimidation are perpetrated by members of the general public, particularly in the run-up to elections. 52% of threats are made by citizens, militant groups, but also terrorist groups in Africa, and above all, by anonymous people. Unfortunately as well, the main place where women parliamentarians experience violence is in parliament. 83% of acts of sexual harassment have taken place in parliament. 78% of sexist behavior reported have taken place in parliament. 40% of acts of physical violence have taken place in parliament. Other places include electronic communication platforms, internet, social media, messenger, on the ground working in their constituency and communities, as well as in the private life also. Some women reported violence in their own domestic and private sphere. We also found out in this study that multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination lead to higher levels of violence. For example, women parliamentarians living with disabilities, young women under 40 years of age, unmarried women, and women from minority groups, as well as women parliamentarians from the political opposition in their respective countries, and those who speak out in support of women's rights and equality between men and women are targeted in particular. The reporting of violence is extremely low. Women do not dare to report violence. 27% of women parliamentarians and 33% of female parliamentary staff who had been slapped, pushed, or hit reported it. Only 7% of women parliamentarians and 13% of the female parliamentary staff who had been sexually harassed reported it. Only 12% of the female parliamentary staff who had been subjected to psychological harassment or bullying had reported it to their parliamentary authorities. There is a huge problem there if the victim cannot find a resort. The effects of violence are multiple, and They undermine the dignity of women parliamentarians. They undermine their human rights to participate freely. They undermine also their psychological and physical health. They perpetuate gender inequalities. They create a destabilizing, hostile, degrading, humiliating, and abusive work environment. Ultimately, they undermine women's participation, real participation, their visibility, and their influence in politics. Will I continue to speak up if I am, hit by violence? They also undermine the idea of a representative and inclusive parliament and of a democracy that serves all. Given the topic of this particular assembly here in Madrid, this is extremely important. Let's turn to solutions, because I have given you a lot of information about the problems, but let's look at solutions. There are solutions. There needs to be clear policies inside parliaments to put an end to all forms of violence against women, parliamentarians and parliamentary staff. There is a need to have counseling and support units that are trained to receive such cases. There needs to be complaints and investigation mechanisms that are 100% confidential and 100% survivor-friendly. There needs to be sanctions. And there needs to be training for all people working in parliament so that people understand what violence against women is and what acts and behaviors of violence can be. The IPU has published 2 years ago guidelines for parliaments to take action against violence against women in their settings. Parliaments cannot be places where this continues to happen, and parliaments need to have policies in place, they need to have mechanisms in place, and they need to learn one from the other. And this is what these studies are about solutions, about working together to put an end to this phenomenon that happens in all parliaments. The solutions are to evaluate the situation in parliament. We can support you doing that at the IPU confidentially, absolutely confidentially, first and foremost to protect the survivors, but also because the intention of these studies are not to shame and blame. The intentions of these studies are to find constructive solutions. There is also needed mechanisms that we can also support you putting in place by favoring peer-to-peer support and to put in place the mechanisms and also to raise awareness in parliaments. Let me end with some good news. Many African parliaments have already started putting in place measures to address violence against women in parliament and in politics. I'll put here just a few examples. Sorry, they're not exhaustive, but it's a few. Sierra Leone has a gender policy for public servants that condemns sexual harassment and presents it, giving examples so that people understand what it is about. In Uganda, the Human Resource Policy Manual defines, prohibits, and sanctions sexual harassment, both inside and outside parliament, including on business trips, for example. And mechanisms to receive and investigate complaints of sexual harassment exist in Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Zambia, and certainly in others. Please let us know if this was the case in your parliament. From women parliamentarians, we also heard other mechanisms that are helpful, including the increase in the number of women in parliament and solidarity among women through caucuses of women parliamentarians, for example. Engaging male parliamentarians is absolutely essential. The problem is the business of everyone, men and women. Without men, there can be no solution to this problem. Partnerships with civil society are also important, and don't hesitate again to come to the IPU. We can help you in some solutions. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope this study is going to be useful again in finding solutions and in enhancing inter-parliamentary cooperation. We at the Secretariat are at your service to support your parliaments in taking action. I would like to say a final word, Madam President, if you allow me, to thank the author of the study, who is Brigitte Filion. She's sitting just there. Brigitte, if you can stand up, please. Thank you very much. So Brigitte had these confidential interviews with women parliamentarians, women survivors, to hear them and to protect their confidentiality very highly. I thank you very much for your support, and I'm sure we will continue this discussion throughout this assembly. Madam President, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Zeina, por esta presentación tan ilustrativa. Creo que los datos, la información, las estadísticas son escalofriantes, pero sobre todo es muy importante que tengamos esa información, porque conocer la realidad es el primer paso para poder empezar a cambiarla. Les animo a dar a conocer, por tanto, lo ha hecho también Zeina, pero yo también quería decirlo, les animo a dar a conocer estos nuevos datos sobre violencia contra las mujeres en sus parlamentos y adoptar todas las medidas necesarias para lograr tolerancia cero ante cualquier tipo de violencia de género en nuestros parlamentos. Estimadas colegas, nos vamos a centrar ahora en las aportaciones del Foro al trabajo de esta 143 Asamblea desde la perspectiva de la igualdad de género. Se trata de una de las funciones principales del foro, así que todas las aportaciones cuentan. Analizaremos la resolución provisional presentada ante el Comité Permanente sobre Democracia y Derechos Humanos en relación con la legislación mundial para hacer frente a la explotación y al abuso de menores en línea. Como decidió la Mesa de Mujeres Parlamentarias, nos dividiremos en dos grupos para estudiar la resolución provisional. El Grupo 1 analizará la legislación con perspectiva de género y centrada en las víctimas para luchar contra la explotación y el abuso de menores en línea. El Grupo 1 se reunirá en el vestíbulo Madrid, situado en la primera planta del Palacio Municipal. El Grupo 2 se centrará en estrategias que tienen en cuenta la edad y la perspectiva de género para empoderar y educar a los niños de tal forma que puedan protegerse y denunciar la explotación sexual en línea. El Grupo 2 se reunirá en el vestíbulo Roma, situado en la segunda planta del Palacio Municipal. Estimadas colegas, recuerden que el objetivo de cada grupo es analizar la resolución provisional desde una perspectiva de género con el fin de que las enmiendas den lugar a una resolución provisional con una mayor perspectiva de género, sensible e inclusiva, que atienda a las necesidades e intereses de las mujeres. Los dos grupos tendrán a su disposición interpretación al árabe, al inglés, francés y español. Podrán realizar su análisis hasta las 13 horas, hasta la 1 del mediodía. Estimadas colegas, la Mesa nombrará para cada uno de los grupos dos presidentas que se encargarán de establecer las modalidades del debate y dos relatoras para que nos informen sobre los debates de esta tarde. Como comunicó previamente la señora Baba Moussa Soumanou, para el Grupo 1 se ha nombrado a la señora Fayez, de Bahrein, presidenta, y a la propia señora Baba Moussa, de Benín, como relatora. Y para el Grupo 2 se ha nombrado a la señora Riotón, de Francia, presidenta, y a la señora Al-Suwaidi, relatora, de Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Ahora debemos proceder a aprobar estos nombramientos. ¿Está de acuerdo el foro? ¿Podemos hacerlo por asentimiento? Muy bien, quedan aprobados, por tanto, ambas presidentas y ambas relatoras por aclamación. Muchísimas gracias queridas colegas. Antes de que nos dividamos en dos grupos, tengo el placer de contar con la presencia de la coponente de la resolución provisional en estudio, la señora Arda Gerkens, de Países Bajos, que ha tenido a bien aceptar nuestra invitación para presentar un resumen del texto. Gracias por estar con nosotras, señora Gerkens. Es un placer en estos momentos poder cederle la palabra para que presente la resolución. Tiene usted 3 minutos. Gracias, señora Gerkens, por tomar la palabra.
Let's see if that's working. Okay, first of all, I have to excuse my colleague rapporteurs, Peter Limjaronat from Thailand, who cannot be here because of COVID measurements, and Ms. Jacqueline Odul from Kenya, who cannot make it on time, but she hopefully will be here during the day tomorrow. I do want to thank them for their help and passionate support in drafting our resolution. We've had an intensive process, and we worked together as a full and dedicated team. Now, we have received around 80 amendments, and I'm really happy to see that so many colleagues are devoted to the subject. The reactions we had are very well thought through, and that means that you are dedicated to the subject, which is hopeful because we parliamentarians need to understand that we need to help our children here and now. We need to work together on this because we are dealing with a cross-border technique and a cross-border crime. And we need to take away the loopholes that we have and that will give perpetrators an excellent chance to abuse our children. We need to make sure that we offer a wide range of instruments, from legislation to helplines to the victims, to combat this crime. And we know, some of you said so, that the sexual abuse, of course, is also happening offline. But the latter, the online, is what we're struggling with now. And this is the reason why we, as rapporteurs, decided to focus on the sexual abuse online. When I was advocating for this resolution, I think it's about two and a half years ago now, I talked to many of you, and I saw that many of you struggled with the same dilemma. How can we fight this phenomenon in a swift-changing online world where it's hard for us, adults, to get a grip on? And while we were working with my colleagues from Thailand and Kenya, I learned that exchanging the experiences we have to understand this crime against our children and young people is crucial. But it's also good to realize that although the young people might outrace us in knowledge on the latest apps and technologies, we adults are better in assessing the dangers online. And I do want to emphasize we do not need to underestimate our role as an adult in support and guidance to our children entering that online world. We also know that young people experiment. That's what they do. They do dangerous things. We sometimes think, how can you do that? But this is how they learn. They make mistakes, and this is how they learn. This is how they grow. Unfortunately, they do the same with sex online. And that's not a good idea. So we need to guide them through it in their language and, of course, in an age-appropriate way. I'd like to address the gender, because you will be speaking about the gender aspect. And I think it's very important to know, and it's not underlined very well, that if you look at the figures, there are reasons to believe that we have an equal amount of boys being victim to this crime as girls. And in general, boys are even more ashamed of what happened to them. So it's difficult for them to come forward and speak of the crime that happened to them. In my country, the Netherlands, this has already led to at least 2 boys committing suicide after some images were leaked online. So when you go and discuss the gender, I really think we need to keep that in mind as well. Now, a last personal note. I do hope that this resolution can be a starting point to exchange and speak with each other on good practices and helping each other in how you have tried to address the problem. What kind of laws did you draft? How did you organize your support for victims? And most of all, how do you read the signs of what is happening? I'm looking forward in hearing your thoughts on the subject today, and I wish you a very good debate. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Gerkens, por su presentación y por este resumen enriquecedor. Sería un placer que se quedara con nosotras e interviniera en los debates de grupo que tendrán lugar a continuación. Estimadas colegas, les invito a sumarse al grupo en el que deseen participar, Grupo 1 o Grupo 2, Vestíbulo de Madrid o Vestíbulo Roma, y encontrarnos aquí de nuevo a las 14:30 horas para la sesión de la tarde. Muchísimas gracias a todas por su asistencia, por su atención y por su activa participación. Muchas gracias.
survivor-centered legislation to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to preside over the proceedings of this working group. Following the proposal of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Baba Musa has been appointed as a rapporteur of our group. We both very much look forward to our debates today. I have no doubt that our group discussion will be constructive and fruitful. Before I make a few introductory remarks, I would like to remind those wishing to speak who have not yet filled out the form to put on the speakers list should do so now, please. Okay. Those who wish to speak, please fill in the paper and bring it up. As a start, let me remind you that some documents are available at the documentation desk at the entrance of for your use during our proceedings. I invite those of you who do not already have these documents to pick up copies. These are the draft resolution of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights and the amendments to the resolution that will be discussed from tomorrow onwards. As you all know, we will be discussing the following subject item related to the draft resolution before the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. Legislation worldwide to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Our discussion today will aim at discussing the gender dimensions of the resolution. The objective is to put together a set of proposed gender amendments to the resolution to be adopted. We may also decide to support amendments that have already been proposed in case they echo some of our concerns. These amendments will then be considered by the Standing Committee during its debates here in Madrid. In your intervention, I invite you to address these following issues, please. How can parliamentarians create legislation and policies to combat online sexual exploitation and abuse and put girls' and boys' rights in front and center? Second, what are the existing good practices that ensure legislation adequately, provide protection, and respond to the specific needs of girls and boys survivors on online child sexual exploitation? Third, how to ensure that the law enforcement mechanisms to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse are child-sensitive, gender-sensitive, and survivor-centered. Fourth, what are the existing good practices of regulatory frameworks of online platforms and ICT companies that ensure accountability and provide reporting pathways to protect children against online sexual abuse? I would like now to open the floor for your contributions. Please note that the floor who wish to speak is a maximum of 2 minutes. It's being understood that we can continue the debate for as long as time allocated permits us. We have up till 1 o'clock. I would like to encourage us to make sure we have a lively exchange of views during this group meeting, and also please note that depending on the number of registered speakers, we may need to reduce the speaking time. So may I also ask the speakers to state their names and the name of their delegation clearly for the records, please. I now call on Romania. Romania.
You have to just once, please. Press once. It's
Okay, now it's working. Thank you, Madam President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Silvia Dinica. I am a senator in the Romanian Senate. In Romania, too, during the last 2 years, children became more vulnerable, and the number of cases of online child cyberbullying, abuse, and exploitation has significantly increased. The data indicates that the data, of course, provided by the law enforcement national and international agencies. And it's showing us that in Eastern Europe has become a source of production for online child abuse and exploitation materials at global level as a result of lockdown measures and the excessive use of internet. Many children are forced to distribute online abusive and exploitation materials, and this is possible, among others, because parents have very limited control over the online activities of their children. Sexual predators have increasingly diversified their way of operation. And of course, the available data and statistics do not reflect entirely the gravity and extent of the problem, since many cases remain largely unreported. In the Romanian Senate, what we did, we adopted recently a law establishing a dedicated national program named Caring for Children, whose aim is to better protect children against the COVID pandemic-related threats, both physical and online. Romania thus becomes one of the first European countries to establish the psycho-emotional health of children and their safety as priorities of the public agenda. The program will be implemented over 2 years of time and will have a total budget of almost 6 million euros. In conclusions, and based on our national experience, I would like to point out to the following aspects. The legislation to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse must be constantly updated to keep the pace with the rapid developments in the digital sphere. Parliament should ensure that digital safety is mainstream in the entire policy and legislative framework for the protection of children and their rights. This means that our human rights parliamentary committees, as well as our ICT committees, should be adequately equipped to address the realization of the rights of the children in relation to the digital environment. Measures to ensure online safety should not be only age appropriate, they should also take into consideration the vulnerable children. Thank you.
Daniela, Brasil, senadora from Brazil.
Tem que escrever.
Mas ambos os sexos são dotadas de direitos e sujeitos a deveres em plena igualdade e dignidade. É entendido e reforçado que o princípio da igualdade não visa apenas a eliminação das disparidades nas condições de vida dos homens e das mulheres. É também mais claro que a igualdade de participação das mulheres e dos homens em todos os aspectos da sociedade é essencial ao desenvolvimento humano sustentável, ao aprofundamento da democracia e simboliza igualmente um nível de maturidade política da sociedade. É esta a realidade que ambiciona e, por isso, muitos progressos em matéria de legislação antidiscriminatória e de promoção da igualdade, assim como importantes alterações nas práticas sociais se tem vindo a assistir neste domínio. Porém, é preciso fazer mais. Não basta somente criar leis bem elaboradas sobre questões de gênero. É preciso criar condições para a sua efetivação e implementação. A Constituição da República de Moçambique, meu país, reconhece a igualdade entre o homem e a mulher em todos os domínios da vida política, econômica, social e cultural, por forma a proteger os direitos humanos da mulher, rapariga, face aos atropelos verificados ao longo dos anos. Moçambique tem vindo a desenvolver instrumentos jurídicos legais com destaque para Lei da Família, Lei sobre a Violência Doméstica praticada contra a mulher, Lei da Prevenção e Combate às Uniões Prematuras e Lei das Sucessões. Ok. Do mesmo modo, a igualdade de direito e oportunidade entre homens e mulheres está plasmada nos vários instrumentos internacionais que o país ratificou com a área do gênero, nomeadamente o Protocolo da Carta Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos sobre os Direitos das Mulheres na África, mais conhecida como Protocolo de Maputo, a Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre todas as formas de discriminação contra a mulher, os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas, o Protocolo da SADC sobre o Gênero e Desenvolvimento. Ok, 2 minutos. Está me interromper. Assegurar que as... Tell me 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's done. 2 minutes now.
Okay.
3 minutes. Okay. I'm sorry, but we are tied on time. It's 2 minutes, please, and so that we can hear the maximum we can. And I also announce that we have closed the list of those who would like to talk. Thank you. Next, may I call on India, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we all know, children are the real strength and the future of any country, and so is the case with India. But access to internet, smartphones, and other forms of electronic media, while children and young people have unimaginable access to information, culture, and entertainment, also provides sexual predators with an anonymous and swift medium for online exploitation and abuse. Particularly, the COVID-19 pandemic has further increased our dependency on digital platforms. Now children are attending online classes and coaching also. So this certainly is a cause of concern for all of us. And when we view from the perspective of increasing online child sexual abuse and exploitation, today it's even a more serious issue. In India, as we know, it is emerging as a strong world player in information and communication technologies. We also understand the threats inherent in the cyber world, particularly for our children. There's no denying that the most of the victims of such exploitations are girls. It is therefore of utmost importance that the gender dimension of the issue is also taken care of, and the policies and legislations put the girls' rights at the front and the center. Towards this end, we have in place an effective protective system to save our children from online abuses. Our legislation, such as the Information Technology Act 2008 and the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, provide a comprehensive security net protecting the best interest and welfare of our children at every stage, so as to ensure that girls' rights are well protected and their safety and security are accorded priority. Ma'am, just one moment, I'm going to be very quick. Yes. Particularly during the post-violence traumatic phase, we have in place a survivor center program known as Compensation Scheme for Women Victims and Survival Sexual Assault. We also have in place cybercrime reporting portal for filing complaints pertaining to child pornography online, wherein girls do not have to physically visit either the police station or to file a complaint anywhere else. Our law enforcing agencies also take strict action as per the provisions of law against persons involved. Just the last two lines, ma'am. I'm just going to try and highlight the government's effort in that direction in a minute. While the government is making all the efforts to ensure a safe and protected environment for our children, and our government has also urged major internet service provided in India to protect children from sexual harassment and such abuses. Anyway, since we're short of time, I'll end it here. Thank you so much.
I call now on Philippines, please, Ms. Philippines.
My name is Pia Cayetano, Senator from the Philippines. Fellow women parliamentarians, according to a recent study, in the Philippines, when we refer to online child exploitation, this primarily refers to children being sexually exploited by adults within their own households or dens. It is a sad fact, but the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has identified the Philippines as the global epicenter of the live stream sexual abuse trade. In 2020, almost 1.3 million reports of online sexual abuse and child exploitation content. Child victims are also getting younger, even toddlers, 3 years and younger. So how does legislation and policy combat this? The answer is twofold. We pass our own laws and create strong policies. Recently, the Philippines has enacted the Senate bill in the Senate on special protection against online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. I can share with our colleagues the features of this bill that strengthen existing sexual abuse laws, taking into consideration technology. But on international cooperation, I have said this in previous international forums, our country has millions of women and mothers who leave our countries to make a living and serve other countries as nurses, as doctors, as household helps, even bringing up children of other families in other countries. They leave behind their own families, which include young girls for jobs abroad. And these are the girls who are vulnerable to sexual abuse within their homes, without their mothers to protect them, including online sexual abuse. So if we stop the demand, then we save the children. We submit that this requires global commitment and intervention. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Philippines, and thank you again for keeping the time. Next, we have Ms. Indonesia.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and distinguished delegates. My name is Putri Komarudin. I'm from the House of Representatives of Indonesia. And it is such an honor to join all of you today in this session, and thank you for the opportunity. Overall, I think that the draft has captured several gender-based key points and priorities to be included in the resolution. However, I believe it could be supported with more survivor-centered and rights-based components to ensure that the resolution serves the children's very best interests and empowered them to cope and move forward. There are several points that Indonesia would like to make. First of all, if we look at the draft resolution, I believe that it should expressly define and frame the scope of online child sexual exploitation and abuse. It is inevitable that the types of exploitation and violations may fall through the cracks and go unnoticed or unpunishable because of different interpretation and applications in legal proceedings. On the other side, we have an obligation to ensure that the legislation is inclusive, comprehensive, culturally sensitive, and gender sensitive, so that it is accessible and able to widely capture the range of crime. We cannot allow victims or survivors to be denied of their rights to justice because of limited interpretation and applications of law. Therefore, a resolution of such significance must showcase the shared commitment that member parliaments are willing to fulfill. Definition or scope of crimes does not aim to limit national interpretation of international convention or model laws, but to serve as a baseline for parliaments in legislating or evaluating existing laws. Although we noticed that the draft has also mentioned a number of international convention and model laws as a reference, we believe a designated paragraph that attempted to define and mention the types of abuses and exploitation would enrich the resolution. Secondly, for the legislation to be survivor-centered, it should adopt measures to protect their rights and interests and provide support, protection, and empowerment of victims or survivors. In this case, we must also ensure that the whole measure should be end-to-end and gender-sensitive. It should provide immediate protection since reports received through the investigation, the judicial process, and beyond to ensure complete reintegration and full physical and psychosocial recovery. All proceedings must be child-friendly and respect the rights of the child. I think that is all from us. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Indonesia. And we now move to Israel. Israel, you have a representative? Yeah. Oh, okay.
My name is Sharon Rofe Ophir. I'm a member of Knesset, it's the parliament in Israel, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Promoting gender equality and safeguarding women's rights and preventing child abuse are a common basis for members of parliament around the world. Yesterday, all of us, we marked around the world the Day of Fight Against Violence Against Women. Violence against women crosses ages and classes as child abuse. It crosses ages around the world and classes. And data released by the UN showed that every third woman in the world experiences violence, and we all know that violence is something that we all share, unfortunately. I welcome the trend that there are more and more women members of parliament today. And I can say that in Israel, we consider it very important to promote gender equality and protecting of women's rights and preventing child abuse. For example, I can tell that I leading in these days legislative process and social process, such as take place in laws that I have submitted on the establishment of a pedophile database and life imprisonment for child rape are waiting for approval in those days. But unfortunately, such processes like this take place in democracies countries. The situation of women in non-democratic countries and child abuse in non-democratic countries is not a simple situation, say the least. We must join hands in caring for the promoting of these very important values, and I want that from this important conference we'll say loud and clear that we all share the same language, we share a common language, and we'll have to say from here that together we will promote gender equality, we will safeguarding of women's rights, and we will prevent child abuse all over Parliament around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. We have Ms. Nepal. Go ahead, please.
Honorable Chair Madam of the session, distinguished participants and observers. At first, I would like to thank the Chair Madam of this program for providing me the time to share my thoughts of this important topic, gender responsive and survivor-centered legislation to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse. The main essence of this discussion is to redress half of world population equality, that the main essence of the discussion is to redress half of one population equality that reduces any kind of inequality behavior and activities within in the society, the country, and among the countries in the world. In Nepal, National Gender Equality Policy 2020 has been approved and in the process of implementation as per the policy and priorities of Ministry to institutionalize the gender-responsive governance system in 3 tiers of government: economic empowerment of women, entrepreneurship development, and eliminating gender-based violence. The Constitution of Nepal 2015 prohibits all forms of abuse and exploitation. The Action relating to children 2018 prohibits the exploitation of children in prostitution of other sexual work and covers some aspects of online child sexual exploitation. The Section 66 clearly defines the offenses against children, including online sexual abuse and exploitation. The Electric Transaction Act 2008 states that if any person publishes or displays any material in the electronic media, including images and video of sexual nature, which are legally, morally prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam from Nepal. And now I move on to Madam from Botswana. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Protection of children should be at the top of every Parliament agenda. For Parliament to enact legislation to actually combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Madam Chair, key aspect of this legislation should include, but not limited to, sexual grooming. Countries around the world should have sexual grooming recognized as an offense in their statute, as a starting point, because failure to address sexual grooming makes it hard for victims to appreciate and recognize that they are victims of abuse because they have fallen into the trap of grooming. And it actually ends up, it's one of the major pathways to actually sexual abuse. Registration of mobile devices and numbers for children, while the law identifies and recognizes the right to privacy, the registration process of mobile devices and SIM cards used and owned by children should be thorough, and those numbers and social media platforms be monitored for abuse and likely exploitation. They must ensure that service providers must ensure that their platforms are secure. Internet service providers in some countries like mine are not obligated by law in terms of kids accessing pornographies and things like that. Countries should also have strong laws in place aimed at requesting network providers to report to authorities any suspicious activities that can make children, particularly girls and boys equally, vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation. This can include serving the net activities to ensure that they actually alert authorities. And because of online exploitation, the reporting mechanism should also be online. We should not expect children to go and line up at police stations to report these cases. Reporting of sexual abuse by children is always difficult, Madam Chair, because of the stigma and shame of being abused. Having children reporting mechanism is important. Such mechanism can be online, reporting operated by well-trained people. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bastuana. I call now for Madam from Belarus. Please go ahead.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the floor. I'm Mary Vasilevich of Belarus. So after discussions of the draft resolution at the last assembly, I started active work to improve the current legislation in my country. Now we're actively working to tighten the laws for possession of child pornography and inducing children to engage in sexual acts on the internet. Having studied the draft resolution and connected it with the experience of Belarus, I would like to know the following. First of all, to combat sexual crimes on the internet with their untraceable nature, it's necessary to establish rapid international cooperation between law enforcement agencies, including the exchange of important information and methods for protecting children. Secondly, I would like to draw your attention about disabled children. Given that such children, especially girls, are the subjects of discrimination and isolation, they're much more likely to be victims of psychological and physical violence and sexual abuse too. So I think we need to consider carefully how to protect children with disabilities too. Next, in paragraph 5, we are talking about the development of infrastructure to support victims, and we mentioned educational programs, hotlines, helplines, but given that the development of digital technologies and gadgets, which are more popular among children, I think that it's advisable to add to this list mobile applications too. And one last thing, I would like to draw your attention to sensitive state of the victim. So it's necessary to reduce all traumatic actions during the investigation of the crime and to create special and comfortable conditions for this child. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam from Belarus. Next, I call on Madam from Belgium. Belgium, Madam from Belgium. Yeah, okay, please go ahead.
The micro is working. I thank you. Merci beaucoup. I will talk in French. Je m'appelle Catherine Jadin, je suis donc députée fédérale au Parlement fédéral de Belgique et je tenais tout d'abord, chers collègues, à nous féliciter par rapport à l'aboutissement de cette résolution très importante et que nous allons évidemment soutenir. Certainement aussi dans l'ère du temps où nous devons de constater encore que malheureusement aussi, par le fait de cette pandémie Covid-19, les violences à l'encontre des femmes, les violences à l'encontre des enfants ont encore pris malheureusement ces dernières années. Il faut pouvoir le dire, il faut pouvoir le combattre communément comme nous le faisons aujourd'hui. Et je tenais, Madame la Présidente, très brièvement quand même, à vous faire état également de l'amendement que mon pays a apporté à cette résolution, tout simplement pour bien expliquer que dans le cadre des politiques mises en place par rapport à la lutte contre la violence, certainement au niveau des différences que nous voulons mettre en place, nous devons, au-delà de toute gentrification, en tous les cas, mener des politiques bien ciblées. Et je tenais encore une fois à le préciser ce midi, Madame la Présidente. Just what my intervention, short and precisely. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam, from Belgium, and thank you for keeping the time. It's very important, really, for us. And again, please, if I may ask the representatives who are going to talk, please try to stick to the 2 minutes because we are very short in time. And one more thing, I would like to thank the interpreters who have been working with us since morning, and I would like to ask them to bear with us for another 15 minutes. We should have been finished by 1, but because of some delays, we will have to extend it till 1:15, hopefully. And that's why, please, I request all speakers to try and shorten your speech to, or your comments into 2 minutes maximum. Thank you. So now I call on Madam from Egypt. Please go ahead.
دكتور عايدة نصيف، عضو مجلس الشيوخ، أمين سر العلاقات الخارجية بالمجلس. شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة. زميلاتي الفضليات، مما لا شك فيه أن جرائم الاعتداء والاستغلال الجنسي للأطفال عبر شبكات الإنترنت تهديدا حقيقيا لكل المجتمعات، وتجسد إحدى أنماط الجريمة المنظمة. وبالرغم ما لشبكة الإنترنت من إيجابيات ومزايا كثيرة، إلا أنها ساهمت وبشكل كبير في زيادة تلك الجرائم الأخلاقية، وبالأخص الاعتداء والاستغلال الجنسي للأطفال، وفي مقدمتهم الفتيات، كونهم أكثر الفئات عرضة للاستدراج. وأمام هذا الواقع الذي يتخطى الحدود الوطنية، سارعت الدول إلى مواجهة هذه الظاهرة التي تشكل انتهاكا صارخا لحقوق الطفل، وإلى العمل على تجريم كل من شأنه استغلال الأطفال جنسيا عبر شبكة الإنترنت. ولقد اتخذ البرلمان المصري خطوات تشريعية للتعامل مع قضايا التحرش الجنسي، وذلك من خلال استحداث المادة 113 مقرر في قانون الإجراءات الجنائية الذي أقره البرلمان في 18 أغسطس 2020، الذي يضمن سرية بيانات ضحايا التحرش والاغتصاب. وقد شجع هذا العديد من الفتيات ضحايا تلك الجرائم الإبلاغ عما تعرضن لهم دون خوف من المجتمع، فضلا عن القانون رقم 141 لعام 2021 الذي قام بتعديل بعض أحكام قانون العقوبات الصادر بقانون رقم 58 لعام 1937 لتغليظ عقوبة التحرش الجنسي، لتكون رادعة لكل من ينتهك الأطفال أو يستغلهم جنسيا عبر الإنترنت. كما تسعى الدولة المصرية جاهدة من خلال الأجهزة المختلفة لنشر التوعية، باعتبار أن الفتيات اللائي يتعرضن لتلك الجرائم لسن مذنبات ولكنهن ضحايا. ويقدم المجلس القومي للأمومة والطفولة الدعم النفسي اللازم لتأهيل ضحايا تلك الجرائم وتأهيل أسرهن لكيفية التعامل مع التبعات النفسية على الأطفال المجني عليهم. وعلينا نحن كبرلمانيات باعتبارنا ممثلين لشعوب دولنا العمل على التصدي لهذه الظاهرة وتوفير الحماية للفتيات الناجيات، وذلك بالتأكيد على حث الحكومات ومنظمات المجتمع المدني والمجتمعات المحلية والمنظمات الدولية ودوائر صنع القرار على تنسيق جهودها لتحقيق الهدف المشترك الأسمى، ممثلا في الحفاظ على سلامة الأطفال وفي مقدمتهم الفتيات. وأخيراً وضع مشروع مشترك للتربية الأسرية على وسائل الإعلام الحديثة يشمل الآباء والأمهات والأبناء والمعلمين، وقيام كل المؤسسات المعنية بشؤون الطفل بتطوير قدراتها الإعلامية. وختاماً، فإن مجلس النواب المصري على يقين أن دوره في التصدي لهذه الظاهرة التي يشهدها العالم اليوم ما زال يمثل جزءاً أصيلاً ضمن اهتمامات أجندته التشريعية. وشكراً.
Thank you, Madam from Egypt. And now I have Madam from Syria. Please go ahead.
شكرا. أنا ميساء صالح، عضو مجلس الشعب بسوريا، أمين سر مجلس الشعب السوري. لبناء مجتمع متين لابد من بناء أفراده بناء سليما. هذه مسؤولية تبدأ من الأسرة وتنتهي بالتشريعات التي تساعد ذاك المجتمع على تجاوز الصعاب لإكمال مهمة البناء، خاصة الأطفال لأنهم حجر الأساس. الأطفال الذين تعرضوا للاعتداء الجنسي عبر الإنترنت. هناك خبراء دقوا ناقوس الخطر بشأن وضع الأطفال الذين عاشوا محبوسين في المنزل خاصة خلال فترة كورونا. الاعتداء بداية هو انتهاكات لحقوق الإنسان، لذلك لا بد من مقاضاة الجنات بشكل صارم عبر تشريع قوانين تحترم حقوق الطفل، ويجب أن تطور كل فترة بما يتلائم مع الظروف الطارئة إن كانت إمكانيات البرلمانيين، بالإضافة لدعم أفضل للناجين لإصلاح الخلل. أما الحل الطويل الأجل يكون باعتماد ضمانات حماية البيانات الموجودة في القواعد المؤقتة والتي تستهدف بدقة تحليل الاتصالات الخاصة للأشخاص عبر تقنيات معينة، بالإضافة لإلزام مزودي الخدمة بالكشف عن أي شيء قانوني شيء غير قانوني والإبلاغ عنه. دعونا أيضا نتمتع بثقافة الشكوى ونؤكد على أن هذه الشكوى لمن يعتقد أن حقه قد انتهك، وبذلك ستحصل سلطات حماية البيانات الوطنية في كل دولة على مقاربة عامة وفضلى. طبعا بالنسبة لسوريا لقد حدثنا قانون الطفل في مجلس الشعب بتاريخ 15 تموز 2021، وكان به مادة أقر هذا القانون مادة لتشكيل لجنة وطنية لحقوق الطفل بقرار من رئيس مجلس الوزراء، مهمتها اقتراح السياسة العامة المتعلقة بحقوق الطفل ووضع خطط وطنية لتطبيق هذا القانون والالتزامات المقررة في اتفاقية حقوق الإنسان ومتابعة تنفيذها واقتراح مشروعات التشريعات المتعلقة بحقوق الطفل. إذن تركنا نحن مجال لتنفيذ بعض المقترحات والتشريعات التي يمكن أن تصدر بوثيقة عن الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، وشكرا.
Thank you, Madam, from Syria. And now I call on Madam from Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Comme on a pu lire la résolution de l'Union interparlementaire sur la législation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants, en ligne, nous pensons que ça va contribuer. Bien entendu, le Parlement va contribuer à l'importance sur la nécessité, en fait, de Parlement au niveau du monde sur la lutte contre l'exploitation des enfants. Il est donc impérieux que tout le Parlement du monde, comme le savons tous, prenne des mesures idoines pour que chaque pays puisse se doter d'une loi visant à lutter contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants en ligne. Car cette lutte également, cette lutte s'inscrit bien entendu dans la protection des droits des enfants. Alors, on ne saurait parler des enfants sans penser à leur âge. Et comme vous le savez, nous devons aussi considérer leur sexe. Et certes, garçons ou filles, ils ont besoin d'être protégés. Mais on ne peut pas méconnaître leurs besoins différenciés autant en matière d'éducation que de sensibilisation aux technologies d'information et de la communication en milieu scolaire. Madame la Présidente, plus encore, il ne fait nul doute que la jeune fille est plus exposée et requiert donc une attention plus soutenue en cette matière. Au-delà de la législation, cette lutte appelle donc à des actions concrètes que nous, parlementaires, nous devrons suivre afin d'implanter des politiques qui mettent en œuvre ces différentes lois jusqu'à assurer de l'effectivité de la lutte contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants. Madame la Présidente, certes qu'il y a aussi la nécessité d'adapter cette législation en fonction des enjeux et défis que traverse chaque pays, mais aussi la prise en compte du contexte culturel, qui n'est pas à négliger. En conclusion, en particulier et en général, nous devrons veiller au renforcement de la coopération entre les États, les entreprises technologiques et les organes chargés de l'application de lois pour voir naître des initiatives qui combattent toute forme de violence contre les enfants en ligne. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam from Democratic Republic of Congo. And now I call on Madam from Bahrain, please.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. طبعا بالنسبة لهاي جريمة الاعتداء على الأطفال، أنا أعتقد أن هذه من الجرائم اللي تطورت. كانت في السابق يعني الاعتداء على الأطفال كان يتم بطريقة تقليدية، الاعتداء المباشر. الآن يعني تطورت هاي الجريمة، أصبحت أكثر خطورة، يعني صار عبر الإنترنت. وفي اعتقادي أن هاي الجريمة ليست جريمة محلية يعني خاصة بكل دولة على حدة، بل هذه جريمة دولية أصبحت من الجرائم العابرة للقارات، لأن يكون الضحية في بلد والمرتكب الجريمة في بلد آخر. فبالتالي هذه من الجرائم اللي تطلب جهود دولية كبيرة. فهذه الجريمة لا تقل خطورتها عن جرائم الإرهاب أو جرائم غسيل الأموال أو غيرها من الجرائم اللي احنا ممكن نطلق عليها الجرائم العابرة للقارات. فطبعا يعني من ضمن في رأيي يعني أو من المقترحات المتواضعة اللي ممكن راح تساهم في ليس مكافحة الجريمة، لأن هاي الجريمة يعني تطلب جهود كبيرة ودولية جبارة، ولكن يعني أنا أعتقد أن هاي الأطفال هم جيل التكنولوجيا، وهذه الجريمة تقع على الأطفال مباشرة. فعندما يعني أي دولة تفكر باتخاذ تدابير أو سن تشريعات، يجب أن إشراك هذه الفئة اللي هي فئة الأطفال في هذا الموضوع، لأن هم هذا جيل التكنولوجيا هم أكثر قدرة من غيرهم على يعني وضع بعض الحلول والمقترحات بسبب معرفتهم بمداخل دخول هذه الاختراقات إلى سواء البرامج أو الألعاب اللي يستخدمونها. فأنا في تصوري إشراكهم جدا مهم، وأيضا توعية الأطفال، يعني توعية يجب أن تكون ضمن المناهج التربوية الدراسية. يجب كل دولة أن تضع في برامجها التأسيسية التربوية بتوعية بخطورة هذه الجرائم. أيضا شركات التكنولوجيا وشركات التواصل يجب إشراكها في هذا الموضوع، لأن مكافحة جريمة الاستغلال الجنسي تم عن الإنترنت، ويجب إشراكها بالجهود هاي الدولية. وأيضا يجب أن نفكر دوليا بآلية مشتركة وموحدة لمعالجة الأطفال ضحايا هذا الاعتداء. طبعا احنا البحرين لدينا جهود جدا كبيرة في هذا الموضوع، سواء من خلال التشريعات أو التدابير، وأيضا احنا كوفد مملكة البحرين لدينا ملاحظات على هذا القرار، قرار اللجنة الثالثة للديمقراطية.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam from Bahrain. And now I call on Madam from Greece.
Thank you. I'm Haraka Fadari from Greece, member of the Greek Parliament. Yesterday was the day, International Day Against Violence Against Women. We must not remember the violence against women only once a year. It is a constant battle and all must take part, men and women. Let me say that femicide is a text known since 1976 from the United Nations, and also the World Organization of Health says that homicides femicides are homicides intentional. You know the difference. So it is a serious problem that we must face and battle. We have the Convention of Istanbul, which is the first international binding text. Action against violence against women and domestic violence. Let me say that Greece is validated as a law the Convention of Istanbul. Let me say that the Council of Europe has adopted it 2011, and signed by the European Union 2017. We must say that, as I just told, that this is the first international binding text and must be applied in all countries in all the world. Also, the term femicide should be enclosed in all penal codes, and we must fight for this. It should be a priority in both the political and social sphere in countries among the world to make the world a safe place for all children. By protecting women from femicide and domestic violence, we are protecting our children at the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam from Greece. And I really apologize, but we are very short in time, and that's why I have to interrupt once you finish the 2 minutes. Okay, now I call on Madam from Zambia, please. Zambia. What's here? What about? Oh, okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just want to speak to what we are discussing. Like in the Zambian situation, we have some best practices that we have implemented in order to protect the children from cyber sexual harassment. And these best practices are enactment of some treaties, international and regional agreements. Also, we have the Penal Code of Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, which was amended in 2012, which prohibits publication, importation, and exporting of obscene or sexual materials, including those involving children. And we've also enacted births and deaths registration, which enables to determine the age of the children in case of sexual assault. We've also ratified some other international agreements, Act number 34 of 2016. We've established constituent offices, establishment of parliamentary caucuses on children rights, and also we have OCCEA, which is a transnational problem that demands a global response. It is a growing phenomenon that is fueled by advancements in technology. While the internet has been a positive catalyst for innovation, education, and socialization, it has also made it easier for those with intentions to harm children to produce and access share materials that may promote child sexual abuse. I would like to say Zambia is doing a lot.
Can you conclude, please? Thank you, Madam from Zambia. And now I call on Madam from Pakistan, please. And please, strictly 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and adhere to your request. Like the other parliaments across the globe, we also realize in Pakistan how human rights are violated when women and children are abused. And while we are signatories to almost all international legislative framework, we have some special, and we adhere to it. Our regulatory and legislative framework adheres to it. We have passed laws. I would like to specially mention two, because they haven't been explicitly mentioned here. Minimum age of marriage for women is one of the key things that Pakistan has made very significant progress on. Not only has it been put up in the parliament, but the highest court has also indicated that this is the domain of the state and not of the religion, and we should go ahead with it. So it's significant development. And regarding the child abuse, Chair, let me also indicate that Pakistan has a National Commission for the Rights of Children. We have legislated not only at the national, but also at the subnational level to very strictly adhere to the rights and to take care of children abuses in Pakistan. And let me also indicate to you that it's not only the legislative part which has to be strengthened. It is the regulatory framework. The use of information technology has to be really, the regulatory part of it has to be really worked through. There's a very thin edge between curbing freedom of expression and regulating the social media. And so we are trying to do so, and we have come up with a number of acts in this regard, which I think is a big achievement forward. But we realize that a well-oiled collaboration between lawmakers, enforcement agencies, and cutting-edge technology is very, very important. And lastly, Madam, please do allow me to be candid about this. Isolated efforts by any country, particularly developing countries, will not yield adequate results. If the demand is being created in the developed country, supply is provided by the developing countries until and unless there is effective collaboration, joint collaboration, we will not be able to put an end to this. And with that, I thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam from Pakistan. Thank you so much. I have Madam from Brazil. Madam from Brazil. Left? Okay, so we conclude now with Madam from Arab Parliament, please.
حقيقة مع كل التقدير للجهود الكبيرة التي بذلت في إعداد مشروع القرار الذي سيصدر عن اللجنة، لكن هنالك 3 نقاط رئيسية بتمنى حتى ما نكرر وناخذ وقت. أولها حث الدول على إنشاء قاعدة بيانات شاملة بشأن حالات الاستغلال والاعتداء الجنسي ضد الأطفال عبر الإنترنت، حتى يتمكن الباحثون ومتخذي القرار من تقييم هذه الظاهرة بشكل علمي وبشكل دوري وإيجاد حلول مبتكرة للقضاء عليها. ثانياً، إيلاء اهتمام أكبر ببعض الفئات من الأطفال، ما رح أكرر ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، لكن أرغب بالتأكيد على الأطفال واللاجئين والمهجرين بسبب النزاعات والصراعات، لابد من إحاطتهم بتشريعات خاصة. 3، النظر إلى افتقار العديد من الدول لإطار قانوني لمكافحة الاستغلال والاعتداء الجنسي ضد الأطفال عبر الإنترنت، فإننا نثمن حث مشروع القرار على صياغة قانون نموذجي للدول في هذا المجال. ومن أجل أن يكون هذا القانون نموذج لتشريع عالمي، نقترح أن يسبقه ورش عمل يشارك فيها برلمانيون من جميع الدول، حتى يكون القانون معبراً عن جميع الثقافات المختلفة ومقبولاً لدى الجميع، ويأخذ في الاعتبار الخبرات الوطنية الرائدة في هذا المجال والخبرات العالمية. وبأكد على اللي تفضلت في زميلتي من البحرين، لابد من إشراك الأطفال، لابد من إيجاد تدريب متخصص لمتعقبي الجرائم، سواء من جهاز النيابة العامة أو الشرطة. لابد من إيجاد تدريب متخصص. أنا إحسان بركات من البرلمان العربي، نسيت أعطي اسمي. شكراً.
Thank you, Madam, from the Arab Parliament. And I think by now, I would like to thank you, dear colleagues. We have now come to the end of our discussions. I wish to thank you all for your thoughtful contributions. Ms. Baba Musa, our rapporteur, and I will now have the difficult task of summarizing the main points of our discussion. Ms. Baba Musa, our rapporteur, will present the report on our debate this afternoon at the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I remind you that the forum will resume the work this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. I look forward to seeing you all again after this break. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure to welcome all of you back from a nice lunch, I hope, and from fruitful meetings that you have been having. And we continue our Women's Forum with the panel discussion on strategies for gender-responsive lawmaking. As we all know, the CEDAW Convention, Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the 2030 Agenda have provided us with commitments to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women in law and practice. However, as we gather here today, many countries around the world still have laws that discriminate against women. The COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated pre-existing gender inequalities and revealed the fragility of measures implemented to combat them. Parliamentarians are key to ensure that national laws guarantee gender equality in practice. This panel discussion today will serve to share experiences and good practices on 3 strategic areas. Number 1, we will look at what are benefits and challenges to conducting gender-responsive legal reform. Number 2, we will look at what partnerships are needed to conduct the gender-responsive legal reforms. And number 3, we will look at what are the necessary mechanisms and capacities in Parliament to mobilize for action in this area. To get us started, we will be presented with the brand new IPU UN Women Handbook for Parliamentarians on gender-responsive lawmaking. I would like to express our sincere thanks to our partner, UN Women. The IPU UN Women Partnership is crucial to support parliaments in accelerating action for gender equality. It is a long-standing partnership that we want to see pursued and further reinforced. The handbook is a perfect illustration of the importance and great potential of this strategic partnership. So let's start with a short video on the subject. Thank you. And we also have a short video message from UN Women. May I please have the video?
Parliament, dear participants. It's a pleasure to address you today at the launch of IPU UN Women Handbook on Gender-Responsive Lawmaking. UN Women holds its partnership with the IPU dear for many reasons, but especially because it helps to bring us closer to all of you who are members of Parliament, regardless of your political affiliation. Your legislating power is key to unlocking the full potential of women and girls in your respective countries. Gaps in the law, as well as laws which discriminate against women and girls, entrench and perpetuate gender inequality. And they are a major barrier to women's ability to enjoy their human rights. According to UN Women's most recent estimates, 3.7 billion women and girls are currently living in countries where discriminatory laws are in place or key protections are lacking. Addressing inequality before the law requires a multi-stakeholder effort. This is why we are delighted to be working with the IPU and other partners in the implementation of the Equality in Law for Women and Girls by 2030, a multi-stakeholder strategy for accelerated action. The Handbook on Gender-Responsive Lawmaking, which we are launching today, is an important part of this joint effort. The Handbook recognizes the urgent role that all parliamentarians must play in promoting gender-responsive laws and is intended to be of use to all members who wish to take action in this critical area of law reform. This is all the more important as countries build back better in a post-COVID-19 world. Parliamentarians are being called upon to support national responses through appropriate laws, policies, and budget allocations. Honourable parliamentarians, we know that change is possible. In these past 10 years, UN Women has provided expert knowledge and technical support to governments in almost 90 countries and has impacted an estimated 3 billion women and girls. All of these were achieved in close partnership with parliamentarians. The handbook now affords us with a unique opportunity to carry this work even further. We look forward to working with you in this renewed endeavor. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very successful assembly.
That was a fantastic address to our forum. And now let me turn to the IPU Secretary General and Chairperson of the International Gender Champions, Mr. Martin Chungong, to share some insights on the handbook that we have just been presented with. Mr. Chungong, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now? Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Distinguished members of Parliament, it's great to see you all again after almost 2 years of absence. I hope that your deliberations will be very successful. And the event this afternoon brings home a strong message that we are together united in a noble endeavor, that of promoting gender equality, especially in the area where we have the possibility of making change, Parliament itself, given the fact that you are members of Parliament. And as we do what we are doing today, we are reminded by the fact that a lot has been achieved through the tireless efforts of your forum. Over the years, you have striven to mainstream gender into the work of the IPU and to carry the message back to your different parliaments. We have other gender champions in the world that have embarked on this journey with us, and generally, we can say that major progress has been made. However, the reality is that inequalities continue to exist. And speech after speech over the past several months has pointed to the fact that the global health pandemic that we are experiencing now has exacerbated those inequalities. And today, what we are presenting to you, this instrument that we think is important, we are doing so because we want to promote a more equal society, because we are convinced that a more equal society is resilient, it promotes prosperity, and brings about greater peace. So we're trying to build back better, but to build back better, we have to build forward better, and we have to build forward more equal. We do know that the task is immense because statistics show that globally today women only enjoy 2/3 of the legal rights of men. Many laws still fail to consider women as equals with men. For instance, when it comes to the right to nationality, inheritance or divorce, and also some laws still fail to address the specific needs and realities of women and girls, such as protection from all forms of gender-based violence and discrimination. Yesterday, we did mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and I used that opportunity, and again this morning, to urge all of us to rededicate ourselves to those efforts that are intended to stem the tide of violence against women, including and in particular violence against women politicians. And that is why yesterday we were pleased, or rather, we had the privilege of launching a study that sheds light on the phenomenon on the African continent. So I hope that I can count on your support, IPU can count on your support to move this agenda forward. We think that laws can play a corrective role, and we have seen the importance of positive measures in the law to achieve gender parity in parliaments and get close to it. If we are to achieve true equality and our SDG targets by 2030, we must put equality in the law at the center of our priorities. This is why the IPU has embarked on this journey with UN Women. You just heard the UN Woman representative, Anna Regner, working with us to develop a tool to support parliaments in legislating in a gender-responsive manner. The handbook we are presenting today is part of a multi-stakeholder strategy to achieve equality in law by 2030. And that strategy was launched by UN Women in cooperation with the IPU and other allies. And what we try to do is to build on such commitments as the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the SDGs, and the CEDAW Convention, but also on the realities on the ground that you are well placed to articulate from a multitude of contexts. While developing this handbook, we have consulted MPs from across the world, and I would like to thank those of you who gave of their time and efforts to produce or to provide contributions, and I thank you all for your strong commitment to the cause. The holistic and practical approach that is aligned in the handbook is what is needed today so that we can achieve the goal of full equality by 2030. We mean full equality by 2030. Reforming legislation from a gender lens requires building alliances both within and beyond Parliament, between men and women, between majority and opposition, and between government, Parliament, and civil society. It requires drawing from relevant expertise, both internally and from external sources and partners. And that is why we espouse the multi-stakeholder approach that was so articulately presented by my colleague from UN Women. Importantly, the handbook stresses that passing legislation is not enough. Many good laws are lagging behind in implementation because they are not well understood, not known, and those who are tasked with enforcing them don't have the necessary human and financial resources. Here again, parliamentarians must play a key role to make sure these laws are disseminated and resources are directed towards implementing them. And Parliament itself must have the necessary mechanisms and structures to advance this important agenda. Quite often, we have the political will, we have the commitment to promote gender equality. We are committed to promoting laws and policies that are intended to help move forward the gender equality agenda. But we have to be realistic in noting that often we do lack the resources and the skills to do so. And so today the handbook that is being launched is one that is intended to help you acquire the knowledge and skills that would allow you to devise policies and actions that promote gender equality. As I've just mentioned, directing resources towards the gender equality agenda. I therefore want to join my colleague of UN Women to say that the two organizations are committed to working with you as and when needed to develop your capacity to implement what is articulated in this handbook. It gives me great pleasure, Madam President, to then present this handbook on behalf of the two organizations. And we commit it to your very good hands for implementation at the national and international level. Thank you very much. So I turn this.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your intervention and for this great handbook. And I hope that all of you find use of it. You can find it just outside the door. It is distributed freely. And you can also, of course, find it online. And I hope that you can help promote this handbook through your parliaments as you come back to your own countries. So, dear colleagues, we will now begin our discussion on the three strategic areas that I mentioned before. So that is gender-responsive legal reform, its benefits and related challenges, partnerships needed to conduct gender-responsive legal reform, and mechanisms and capacities for actions in Parliament. Under each of these areas, there is a series of guiding questions which you will find on the screen. To begin with, I would like us to hear from invited panelists who will give inputs under the various series of questions under each strategic area. So our invited panelists are as follows: Mrs. Fayez from Bahrain, Mrs. Kamaruddin from Indonesia, and Mrs. Mix from Chile. To give inputs, I first welcome Mrs. Fayez from Bahrain, who's also the first Vice President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Mrs. Fayez, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mrs. President, for giving me the chance to talk about what we have done in Bahrain regarding gender-based legislations. Good afternoon, everyone, and allow me to talk in Arabic. جعل المشروع الإصلاحي الذي دشنه حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة عاهل البلاد المفدى من المرأة ركيزة أساسية للإصلاحات الشاملة التي قادها جلالته وأعلت من شأن المواطن عموماً ومن شأن المرأة خاصة باعتبارها مكوناً أساسي من المجتمع. ومن ثم كان مسار الإصلاحات التشريعية التي شهدتها المملكة على مدار العقدين الماضيين مراعياً للمنظور الجندري، حريصاً على الانتصاف للمرأة وتعزيز المساواة بينها وبين الرجل في كافة مناحي الحياة. الأمر الذي وضع أساساً للارتقاء والمساواة بينها وبين الرجل، ووضع نقل المرأة البحرينية من مرحلة التمكين إلى مرحلة التقدم، كما تشهد على ذلك كافة المؤشرات الخاصة بوضع المرأة البحرينية، وذلك من خلال تشريعات وقوانين مستجيبة للنوع كانت المرأة مساهمة في صناعتها وإقرارها ومراقبة تطبيقها، سواء عبر مشاركتها في السلطة التشريعية التي لها حضور بارز فيها، أو عبر المجلس الأعلى للمرأة أو عبر حضورها البارز في أجهزة الدولة المختلفة. ويمارس المجلس الأعلى للمرأة برئاسة صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة قرينة عاهل البلاد المفدى حفظها الله الدور الكبير والمحوري في تمكين المرأة وإشراكها في جميع برامج التنمية. وانطلاقاً من مبدأ تكافؤ الفرص يساعد المجلس على تعزيز القدرة التنافسية للمرأة وتعزيز التشريعات والسياسات التي تراعي البعد الجندري من خلال لجان تنسيقية مع السلطة التشريعية تستهدف توفير فرص متنوعة للمرأة لتحسين نوعية حياتها وحتى تتمكن من المساهمة بشكل كامل في المجتمع لتصبح البحرين نموذجاً يحتذى به في تمكين المرأة والانطلاق بدورها نحو آفاق أكثر رحابة ومن منظور جندري أكثر اتساعاً وإنصافاً. يضع دستور البحرين وميثاق العمل الوطني القواعد المؤسسة لتشريعات تراعي المنظور الجندري، لا يقتصر فيها الأمر على التشريعات الخاصة بالمرأة فحسب، بل أن هذا المنظور الجندري تتم مراعاته وأخذه في الحسبان عند إقرار أي تشريعات تنتصر للمرأة على أي وجه وفي أي مجال، فتنصف المرأة ضد كل أشكال التمييز أو الامتهان أو الانتقاص، وتعزز المساواة بينها وبين الرجل، بل وتذهب مدى أبعد من ذلك بوضع نصوص قانونية خاصة تراعي وضع المرأة واحتياجاتها وتعدد أدوارها في المجتمع. ويمكن رصد ذلك الأثر الجندري في عدد من القوانين والتعديلات التشريعية التي صدرت في مملكة البحرين في الأعوام الأخيرة. على سبيل المثال، تدل المساواة في الرواتب والأجور بين الذكور والإناث في البحرين على تقدم المملكة في هذا المجال. ومع هذا فقد صدر مؤخراً مرسوم بقانون بتعديل قانون العمل في القطاع الأهلي يحظر التمييز في الأجور بين العمال والعاملات في العمل ذي القيمة المتساوية، فضلاً عن نصوص قانونية أخرى تمنع أي شكل من أشكال التمييز بين الرجل والمرأة. وعدم التمييز في الرواتب في البحرين يرافقه عدم التمييز في الترقية أيضاً، بحيث يصبح معيار الجدارة هو المعيار الوحيد للترقية بغض النظر عن النوع. والعدالة الاقتصادية في البحرين لا تعني فقط عدم التمييز بين الرجل والمرأة من حيث الراتب، بل تتعدى ذلك إلى تطبيق مبدأ عدم التمييز بينهما على صعيد الإعانات من غير الراتب كالتأمين الصحي والمكافآت وتعويض النفقات وغيرها، وتلك جميعاً قضايا طالما كافحت النساء من أجل النظر إليها من منظور جندري ينتصر للمرأة ويضمن تحقيق المساواة بينها وبين الرجل بشأنها. وقد أصدرت مملكة البحرين تشريعات داعمة لحقوق المرأة، منها قانون الأسرة، وقانون بشأن الحماية من العنف الأسري، وقانون التأمين الاجتماعي، وقانون مكافحة الإتجار بالبشر، وغيرها الكثير من القوانين في كل المجالات التي تهم المرأة. ويعتبر قانون الأسرة من أهم القوانين للمرأة البحرينية الذي صدر في عام 2017 بناء على اقتراح تقدم به أعضاء من مجلس الشورى، والذي كان من ثماره المحافظة على حقوق المرأة واستقرار وضعها الأسري ومن ثم استقرار المجتمع. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fayez, for your insightful presentation, and I hope that the experience has inspired some of you to follow in some of Bahrain's examples. Now, I have 4 delegations registered so far to take, 5, it's already 5 delegations to take the floor under the discussion of the strategic area number 1. I shall remind all speakers that you will have 2 minutes each, and remember please to state your name and title and the name of your country at the very beginning. And I will also ask you to address the questions which you have there on the screen. In particular, perhaps some of you wish to share some positive experience experiences which you have had with implementing legislation in your parliaments, or perhaps you see that there are laws in your countries which still need to be reformed, or still areas which are taboo and nobody talks about and is not ready to talk about. That will be very helpful for all of us to know. So the 5 countries which I have on the list are Belarus, Bahrain, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, and Qatar. So with this, I give the floor to the speaker from Belarus, please.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to give an example of gender equality legislation in my country. So thanks to the consistent policy, Belarus has achieved significant results. According to the Global Gender Gap Report 2020, Belarus holds the 29th place among 153 countries, and it's one of the leaders in Eastern Europe. Women are widely represented in public administration. It's about 68% are women and more than 58% are heads of organization. Nowadays, in the Parliament of the Republic of Belarus, women make up 35%. The formation of gender equality legislation began more than 25 years ago in my country, and I think it's the main key of the Belarusian success in this sphere. According to the Belarusian constitution, women are provided with equal opportunities with men in education and labor, social, political, cultural, and other spheres. The Labor Code prohibits discrimination on any grounds, including gender. In order to incorporate in gender perspective into state policy, the Republic of Belarus has already adopted and realized 5 national plans for gender equality, and each plan included a set of activities for 5 years. And the 6th national plan was adopted this year too. But according to paragraph 32 of this national plan, we always need to improve our national legislation. For example, to prevent domestic violence. And nowadays, in close cooperation with social organizations, we are working on expanding of the term victims of domestic violence in order to include in spouses and separated close relatives and other persons, improving the system for preventing domestic violence, and so on. The draft law is currently preparing in my parliament. Also, unfortunately, there is a stereotype in my country that only women should be engaged in housekeeping and childcare. And according to statistics, women spend twice as much time as men for these actions. And that is why the national plan also includes measures to change society's understanding of the role of the father in the family. Finally, family and upbringing of children is an equal responsibility of both parents. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this report, and it is also very important to have the legislation in place, but equally important to have the legislation implemented in practice. I think that goes for all our parliaments. The next country on the list is the representative from Bahrain, so it's my pleasure to give you the floor. Okay, apparently there was a little mistake. So Pakistan.
Hello, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure to be speaking at the IPU General Assembly at the Women's Bureau again. I think very important themes are under discussion, and I would like to take the little time assigned to us to speak a bit about how women parliamentarians have actually changed and transformed the discourse of human security and fundamental rights in both the parliament as well as the country from 2002. We are 17 to 21% in parliament, some by statutory act and some on general seats, such as myself. But Pakistan's women have passed landmark laws, which I am very proud of, and also those that nationwide not just discourage discrimination, but also protection and empowerment of women. Now, since Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto, the late Benazir Bhutto, whose party I am from, was elected first Prime Minister of the Muslim world, not once, but twice, signed the CEDAW Convention, we are also thriving to be compliant of international laws. But I do want to point out, number one, that gender-sensitive legislation should be enabled after the laws are made to carry a fundamental rights implementation and budgeting check. Laws carry meaning only if they bring with them active penalties that discourage discrimination and violence against women. Now, that is the case for laws all over the world. And two of the laws that I'm particularly proud of, I'd like to mention, although we need to move a lot more laws and implement them better, are from Pakistan. The Protection Against Harassment of Women at the Workplace Act, which was signed into law in 2010, which creates workplace sexual harassment laws for the first time in Pakistan. It is today, as we speak, being amended in the Senate and the Parliament of Pakistan in response to new and challenging forms of discriminations that women experience, not just in the workplace, but outside the workplace, outside the domestic domain. The other law that I'm particularly proud of is the Benazir Income Support Program Act of 2010, which established what is known as the BISP, and it is, again, the gold standard, according to all multilateral agencies, in social transfers. It empowers poor households at the lowest quintile to receive funding and startup assistance for only to the woman of the household. So every household has to identify a woman, head of household, giving her not just a disposable income and identity at the national database, as well as the power to negotiate within her household and the community her rights as a citizen. These are challenges that women face all over the world, particularly in South Asia. So I think these laws, particularly those that empower women with incomes, need to be looked at. Now, I do want to mention two of the laws, gender-sensitive laws, that have impact and resonance all over the world. One is, of course, a domestic violence staple law. What we experienced during the pandemic was a second shadow epidemic, ladies and gentlemen, and that was domestic violence. 3 out of 5 women all over the world were disproportionately in the crosshairs of domestic violence, particularly in the COVID pandemic. This tells us that we need to do more, both at home and internationally, to not just activate the discourse, but to add teeth to our laws, to make sure that they are having the framework of jurisprudence, investigative frameworks, and penalties that are actually needed to protect women that report harassment, that report violence in the home. Because as we have seen the world over, as in South Asia, as in Pakistan, the abuse comes mostly 70% of the time from either an intimate partner or somebody known to the family. This includes cases of grievous rape and a serious criminal offense. So these are important, I think, concepts we need to think about. They're not just concepts, they're realities. And lastly, I want to bring to this August Assembly's attention the new meta change of the 21st century, which we address in many forums, including the IPU, and that is the digital age, the fourth industrial revolution, and how it is impacting women's lives in enhanced predations. In the sense that while it has democratized the internet and you are able to relay information and gain knowledge beyond borders as an active political or civil society or just an individual actor, the young girls, particularly under 40, are reporting egregious statistics of predation and harassment on this new platform, which is making them question their identities, and it has created a new doorway into discrimination that we all need to look at. Pakistan is looking at its cybercrime laws and how those laws are also being abused. So we are cognizant of current and contemporary challenges that pose clear and present dangers to women in the 21st century as they strive to become actors on national stages, in the global marketplace, as well as in countries like Pakistan. So I thank you very much for your time and attention, and hope that we are able to meet in better post-COVID times again. Thank you.
Mrs. Raymond, thank you for your very extensive introduction, and thank you for carrying forward the idea that it is not enough just to have legislation in place, and that it truly needs to be implemented in fact and in practice, and that for that matter it is important sometimes to go back and revise legislation again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is very important that we respect each other and respect the time limits of our assembly. We are working until 5:30. We still have 3 segments to go, and 3 more speakers in this segment alone. So I really urge you and ask you to keep to the 2 minutes time limit. And with this, I give the floor to my colleague from Azerbaijan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, dear members of parliament, dear chairman, my name is Nigar Arpadrai. I'm a member of Azerbaijani delegation, member of parliament from Azerbaijan. It may sound cliche, dear colleagues, but it's worth saying again and again today that today we are living through unique times. Human society is going through the multitude of changes, including transformation of economy and social models. No social roles are stable and solid anymore. Who could expect that just a few decades ago that even such a fundamental role as gender will be shaken to its core? We live in times of departing patriarchy. I avoid any moral or value-based evaluation of this fact and will not claim whether it's good or bad, but what is obvious that this is happening. Patriarchy as a social model is being rapidly transformed into something new. But even now we still have discrimination against women, violence against women. And this is something that we all have to face, accept, and work towards eliminating these facts. Dear colleagues, if we speak about Azerbaijani case and if we speak about domestic violence, I would like to say that Constitution of Azerbaijan contains several legal provisions that are relevant in the context of domestic violence. First of all, it is mentioned that men and women are equal in all the legislative documents of Azerbaijan. It declares family a basic element of society under protection of state. The Constitution also guarantees a whole set of rights that may apply of cases of domestic violence. Right of equality, right to live, freedom of movement, etc. Dear colleagues, I would also like to mention that in Azerbaijan we have the document, we have a law on prevention of domestic violence. This is very good sign from our side, and also the joint plan of action on the prevention of domestic violence was signed by a number of national ministries in our case. If you ask me what should be done, one thing that should be mentioned is that domestic violence is not a separate criminal offense under the criminal code. This is something that we should work in Azerbaijan forward. And also, my personal opinion is that education is the key, and also employment of women is a very important factor that we should really work on. Because when women are dependent on their brothers, fathers, or husbands, these cases happen. So that's why in our case, in our country, we are working quite a lot to support women, employment, and also startups, businesses of women, and this kind of thing. I'm sorry, we have just 2 minutes, so I have to stop at this moment. Thank you.
I'm sorry too that we only have 2 minutes to hear each one of you, but this is the reality in which we work. I truly agree that education is the first and key step in combating all gender inequality. So I hope with this topic we can continue with the speaker from Qatar. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. سعادة السيد مارتن شانقن الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، سعادة السيدة لي فازلينكو رئيسة منتدى النساء البرلمانيات، الأخوات الفضليات، عضوات المنتدى، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني مشاركتكم في هذا المنتدى لأول مرة كعضوة لمجلس الشورى القطري بعد أن أصبح منتخبا منذ شهر تقريبا. وأود الإشارة في هذا الجانب إلى أن المرأة القطرية تقوم بدور بارز في العمل العام، حيث أصبحت صنو الرجل وتحتل أعلى المناصب الإدارية والعلمية، وقامت بجهد فاعل من خلال إسهامها في شتى المجالات داخل المجتمع القطري وخارجه، ويأتي ذلك وفق التوجيهات الكريمة لحضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله الشيخ تميم بن حمد الثاني. وفي شهر أكتوبر الماضي شاركت المرأة في الانتخابات التشريعية لاختيار 3 أعضاء مجلس الشورى البرلمان، ولم تكن انتخابات مجلس الشورى أول مرة ممارسة للمرأة في الانتخابات، إذ سبقتها تجربة اختيار المجلس البلدي منذ عام 1999، وقد أكمل المجلس البلدي المركزي 6 دورات تخللتها 6 جولات من الانتخابات، وشاركت فيها المرأة القطرية كناخبة ومرشحة، وذلك بحماسة وفاعلية. وبالرغم من عدم فوز المرشحات لعضوية المجلس البلدي في الدورة الأولى سنة 99، إلا أن وجود المرأة في المجلس البلدي منذ 2003 ظل حاضراً في الجولات 5 التالية. وتشرفت أنا محدثتكم شيخ الجفيري أن أنال هذه العضوية، وذلك عن طريق الانتخاب المباشر منذ 2003 حتى الآن. وبالرغم من محدودية عضوية النساء في المجلس البلدي ومجلس الشورى، حبيت يعني هنا أبين لكم أن أنا طبعا ليش الشهر اللي راح أنا كنت عضوة ورئيسة اللجنة القانونية في المجلس البلدي، لكن بقرار أميري سمو الأمير حفظه الله أصدر قرار بتعييني عضو في مجلس الشورى، فانتقلت من المجلس البلدي إلى مجلس الشورى. إلا أن المرأة القطرية كذلك المرأة القطرية تولت أعلى المناصب الإدارية والتنفيذية الحكومية على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي والدولي. وفي مجال ريادة الأعمال فقد شغلت المرأة كافة المناصب القيادية كوزيرة ورئيسة جامعة ووكيلة نيابة ومندوبة للدولة لدى الأمم المتحدة ومتحدثة رسمية باسم وزارة الخارجية، وعضوة في مجلس الشورى السابق ومديرة لشركات الاستثمار. وما عضد دور المرأة القطرية في العمل العام إقبالها المنقطع النظير على التعليم العالي، حيث بلغت النسبة 70%. وكذلك هناك دور.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting, but we are really short on time, so maybe just 5 seconds to end.
كما أن هناك دورا كبير لصاحبة السمو الشيخة موزة بنت ناصر الثاني، وهي رئيسة مجلس إدارة مؤسسة قطر للتربية والعلوم وتنمية المجتمع في تشجيع المرأة وبصماتها الواضحة في هذا الموضوع. شكرا. كما أود أن أوضح بأنه في مجلس الشورى قد تم انتخاب نائبة لرئيس مجلس الشورى قبل شهر، امرأة، وهذا يدل على أن ثقة الرجل القطري بأخته القطرية. شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the experience, and I feel it is very important, and unfortunately we are stuck on time, and please do not take it personally, any of you, but I will be interrupting at 2 minutes because we really must cover all that is provided by our agenda. So with this, we have to say goodbye to our Secretary General just for now, because he has still his busy schedule and many events and meetings to attend to. Secretary General, thank you for being a support to our forum as always and for participating today. Thank you. Right. With this, we can move to Morocco, who have also wanted to speak on the first segment, please.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. خدوش سلاسي عن البرلمان المغربي الذي انتخب مؤخرا في اليوم 8 من سبتمبر 2021 ارتباطا بتجويد التشريعات المغربية للارتقاء بحقوق النساء. يمكن أن أتوقف عند بعض النقاط الأساسية. طور المغرب في الحقيقة مجالاته التشريعية ارتباطا بحقوق النساء بشكل كبير في السنوات الأخيرة. يمكن أن نتوقف عند دستور 2011 الذي أقر المساواة بين النساء والرجال، وكذلك أقر المناصفة في فصله 164 تماما. كما أن المغرب أيضا وقع مجموعة من الاتفاقيات الدولية، وعلى رأسها اتفاقية سيداو التي بمقتضاها يتم مكافحة كل أشكال التمييز ضد النساء. الواقع أن المغرب يعرف حركية نسائية متطورة جدا على المستويين، على المستوى الحزبي السياسي من خلال منظمات النساء الحزبية، وكذلك على مستوى الجمعيات النسائية الجادة في المجتمع المغربي، بالإضافة إلى أن هنالك إرادة قوية للدولة المغربية في شخص ملكها الذي يدعو في كل خطبه إلى تأنيث المجال السياسي وإلى تحديث أو الدخول إلى مجال الحداثة السياسية. تحققت بالفعل مجموعة من المكتسبات. يمكن أن أتوقف مثلا عند قانون الجنسية، عند قانون محاربة العنف ضد النساء، وعند قانون العمال والعاملات وحماية حقوقهم. وهنالك أيضا ترافع كبير اليوم في المغرب من أجل تفعيل أعلى هيئة ممكنة لمقاربة النوع وهيئة المناصفة ومكافحة كل أشكال التمييز ضد النساء. ارتباطا بالتمثيلية السياسية للنساء في المغرب، لقد شهدنا تطورا كبيرا. فإلى حدود 1997 كانت هنالك في المغرب امرأتان فقط ممثلتان على مستوى البرلمان. اليوم في الانتخابات الأخيرة نحن أمام 96 امرأة. يمكن أن أقول بأن 90 امرأة تم التوصل إليها انطلاقا من اعتماد مبدأ الكوطة المتمثل في اللوائح الجهوية التي ترشحت فيها بشكل حصري النساء. اليوم لا يرقى كل ما لدينا الآن من نتائج ومكتسبات إلى طموحات النساء المغربيات، ويقع بالتأكيد على عاتق النساء البرلمانيات المزيد من تكثيف الجهود ضدا على كل الألوان السياسية والإيديولوجية للالتفاف حول القضية النسائية وتطوير مجالات التشريع فيها. ولهذا نطالب بالمزيد في المغرب من مقاربة النوع لتشمل.
I will ask you to please conclude. Thank you very much, and for making such a brief conclusion as well. So the next speaker is Panama. Please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias por parte del Parlamento de Panamá. Nosotros en Panamá hemos avanzado en los últimos años, pues mediante ley 184 del 25 de noviembre del 2020 se aprobó una ley sobre violencia política en contra de las mujeres, en la que se establece claramente lo que se entiende por violencia política y cómo podemos participar en igualdad de condiciones con los varones, y definitivamente esto fortalece la posición de la mujer en la participación política. De igual forma se aprobó la ley 202 que modifica que establece pues parámetros generales en relación a la protección de la mujer trabajadora, en el sentido de que cuando la mujer tiene que atender sus procesos legales y tiene además que ir a sus tratamientos o terapias por razón de violencia doméstica, no se les sean descontado de sus permisos laborales ni se les sea descontado de sus vacaciones, sino que el empresario y las entidades públicas tienen que otorgarle los tiempos para que la mujer pueda atender sus procesos legales, además de sus atenciones psicológicas y psiquiátricas. Ese es el aporte de los últimos 2 años, 2 años que ha tenido Panamá, aparte de otras normas relacionadas a tema de mujer. Y estamos bien fortalecidas porque desde 1999 tenemos la Ley de Igualdad de Oportunidades de la Mujer, en la que se prohíbe todo tipo de discriminación basado en sexo y garantiza la protección de los derechos humanos y condena todo tipo de violencia contra las mujeres. Así que eso lo tenemos de 1999, aparte de la Ley de Violencia Doméstica, y tenemos además la ley en contra de todo tipo de femicidio en contra de las mujeres. Eso es todo.
Thank you very much as well, and not in the least for keeping to the timing. So with this, our discussion of segment 1 is concluded, and we move on to segment 2. And here, colleagues, we will discuss the strategic area, which is based around the question, who do we actually need on board to ensure gender-responsive lawmaking? With this, we have 2 panelists who I am very happy to welcome. It is Mrs. Kamarudin from Indonesia and also Mrs. Esperanza Nyirasafari, the Vice President of the Senate of Rwanda. Please, Mrs. Kamarudin, the floor is all yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Putri Komarudin. I'm a member of the Indonesian Parliament and also represents the Asia Pacific Group for the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. First of all, I would like to thank the Forum for inviting me to speak as a panel today. It is such an honor to share the Indonesian Parliament's Women Caucus experiences in building partnership and forging allies to put forward the gender-responsive lawmaking agenda. As a background, the Indonesian Parliament has institutionalized a caucus for women MPs that focuses on women's political empowerment programs through advocacy and capacity building strategies. The focus of our advocacy measures is to encourage the minimum 30% representation of women in political institutions and political parties. Meanwhile, capacity building measures are carried out to increase our members' political and legislative capacity. Our Women Caucus has engaged with various CSOs, NGOs, academics, and private sectors for programs and activities to empower women at large. We also built an interagency collaboration, such as with regional parliaments' women caucuses, to work together in mainstreaming gender equality in our laws. The caucus also provides a space for women MPs to discuss gender mainstreaming efforts openly. It extends invitations to advocate for more gender-responsive legislations to our allies through multi-stakeholder engagements and cooperation. For instance, currently, our parliament is legislating the elimination of sexual violence draft bill to tackle sexual violence issues. The process creates polarizing debates in and out of the parliament, especially regarding its cultural and moral values. It sparks active engagements and advocacies from CSOs, students to religious groups, discussing the draft and its gender-sensitive issues. These conversations enrich the legislation process with various petitions and constructive dialogues. The caucus also took part by ensuring that the legislative process is continued. We helped push for the draft to be included in this year's National Legislation Program priority list after a halt in 2020. And to do that, the caucus strategically engaged religious leaders and CSOs as spokespersons, asking to publicly express their support. We also established communications with political party leaders to push for more political support in the parliament. Further, the caucus also expands its oversight role by scrutinizing laws and implementation through the post-legislative scrutiny mechanism. We build cooperation and capacity building programs with NGOs to learn about this tool and implement it to mainstream gender-responsive lawmaking in Parliament. Because it is a relatively new oversight tool, we are working to normalize and further regulate the mechanism so that it can be widely implemented. We held discussions with parliaments from other countries to learn best practices and provide information sessions and trainings to parliamentarians and their staff. We hope to utilize this mechanism to monitor and scrutinize past legislation to identify and address legal barriers to gender equality in national and local legislations. Looking forward, I think there is a lot to be done in the future. The caucus is more than ready to open a discussion, build communication, and partner with fellow MPs from around the globe. As a member of the caucus, I can say that we fully support and will continue to push for more gender-responsive legal reform. And parliamentary openness and increasing public participation are really fundamental in creating reforms and mapping gender-responsive interests. Not all reforms will be the same between countries because we all have different values and progress. However, we need to emphasize our experiences and stories through events such as this session and other women-led forums to advance our efforts and showcase the impact that we have made so that we could collect the lessons learned and move forward together. I look forward to this discussion and to learning more about your experience too. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Mrs. Kamaruddin. And with this, we have our other panelist. It's the Vice President of the Senate of Rwanda, Mrs. Esperanza Nyirasafari. You have the floor.
Let me first of all thank the organizers who allowed the delegation of Rwanda to share with the audience how partnerships are very important to conduct gender-responsive legal reform. These partnerships are very important and needed if we want to achieve, if we want to have gender-sensitive laws, which are, in my view, prerequisites for women's empowerment. First of all, we need a strong political will that understands the importance of gender equality and it truly supports the gender equality agenda. For my country, Rwanda, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Kagame, as a he or she global champion, is at the forefront of that struggle. As far as gender-sensitive legal reform is concerned, at the highest level, the Rwandan Constitution prohibits all forms of discrimination, including discrimination based on sex, and guarantees equal rights between women and men, thus requires a quota of 30% at least of women in all decision-making organs. Thanks to this constitutional provision, 61% of all members of parliament are women, and the speaker is, I want to highlight that the speaker of parliament is a woman. 50% of government members are women, to just highlight few examples. Rwanda, through its gender machinery, the machinery is made of the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, National Women's Council, Forum of Rwandan Women Parliamentarians, and this Forum of Women Parliamentarians has also males as members. The Rwanda has made significant progress through this Rwanda machinery in developing a legal policy and institutional framework that supports and promotes gender equality, starting with the Constitution highlighted above. My country has revised or amended legislation to make it gender sensitive, and some of the laws had to be repealed. In this regard, in 1999, only 5 years after genocide against the Tutsi, my country has enacted a first ever law on succession that allow girls and boys, women and men to have same inheritance rights. I recall that before that year, girls and women were not allowed to inherit. Only boys and men could inherit their parents. The law on family that accorded exclusive powers to husbands was revised to ensure equality of both spouses. The same law provides that spouses have same rights and obligations. It provides for equality of both spouses regarding the management of the household. Organic law on Rwandan nationality states that any child who has one Rwandan parent, mother or father, is Rwandan by nationality. This also applies in relation to acquisition of Rwandan nationality by marriage, where any person married to a Rwandan can apply for and obtain Rwandan nationality, whether the spouse holding the Rwandan nationality is the husband or the wife, which was not the case. The nationality was given by a Rwandan man, not by a woman Rwandan. Another example is a revision of the Rwandan Penal Code that punished differently a woman and a man convicted of adultery. A woman was severely punished than a man convicted of the same. Now, a man or a woman convicted of adultery is punished with the same penalty. A final example that I can share with you, although we have many examples of laws that was revised to guarantee gender equality, is the Rwandan land law that permits both men and women to acquire land. Now women can access, own land, and enjoy all rights attached to it. She can access loan using her land as collateral. This robust legal reform could not happen if there wasn't collaboration and partnerships with different actors, such as MPs, women and men, especially the Forum of Rwandese members of parliaments that include males, as I highlighted, government institutions in charge of gender equality, as well as the involvement of non-governmental organizations in the field of gender equality and women's empowerment. Dear colleagues, despite these commendable efforts of my country, Rwanda, the journey is still long. Some traditional barriers and religious beliefs still hinder the full attainment of equality between women and men. That's why awareness on gender equality and women's rights is needed among citizens. That's why partnerships among all institutions are still needed, as well as individual involvement to advance gender equality agenda. Accountability is also required. I hope that in October 2022, you will come to Kigali, Rwanda, to witness all efforts so far made to empower our women in all the spheres of life. I thank you.
And thank you, Madam Nira Safari. This was very insightful, and of course, such examples of women empowerment are very inspiring to all of us. And I suggest that we continue this discussion in talking about what is needed for our parliamentary gender equality policies to really be impactful, and for parliamentary committees on gender equality to be really impactful. And also maybe some of you have examples to share about how parliaments engage with civil societies and different groups and specific groups of women and girls, and how these groups can be brought into parliament, can be empowered further, and can be integrated into the work of the various committees and working groups inside parliament. So this is what our segment 2 is all about, and we already have an extensive list of speakers. We will start with the representative from Niger. Please have the floor.
Okay, merci. Le Niger a pris plusieurs engagements afin de promouvoir l'égalité de genre. Ainsi, la Constitution consacre, entre autres, le principe d'égalité entre tous les Nigériens et l'obligation de veiller à l'élimination de toute forme de discrimination à l'égard des femmes. C'est ainsi qu'il y a le code de la nationalité qui permet à la femme nigérienne de transmettre la nationalité à ses enfants. La loi qui instaure le quota de 15 maintenant à 25% aux postes électifs et nominatifs. Et dans l'effectif maintenant, nous sommes même dans les 30% à l'Assemblée. Il y a aussi le code pénal qui punit certaines violences envers les femmes, les mutilations génitales féminines, les viols, mais pas entre époux, et le harcèlement sexuel. Cependant, l'arsenal législatif comporte encore plusieurs lacunes. Le code de famille n'a jamais pu voir le jour pour les raisons socio-culturelles et religieuses. Le pluralisme juridique constitue un vrai facteur de blocage. La hiérarchie des normes n'étant pas établie et les régimes se contredisent. Le statut des femmes est donc encore loin de l'égalité prônée dans les différents textes du droit positif. Le Niger vit une évolution globale positive concernant la scolarisation des enfants, en particulier les filles, mais de façon inégale en fonction des niveaux d'études primaires, secondaires et supérieures. Le Niger a aussi adopté la loi sur la cybercriminalité le 25 juin 2019, 15 ans après l'introduction dans le Code pénal des infractions relatives à l'informatique en considération des risques que cela représente. Je vous remercie.
And merci à vous aussi. And even more so for keeping the time limit. And with this, we move on to the Russian Federation, and I also kindly remind that 2 minutes is very important to keep to the timing. Thank you.
Уважаемые председатели, уважаемые коллеги, позвольте поприветствовать всех участниц форума от имени председателя Совета Федерации Валентины Матвиенко и поделиться российским опытом развития партнерских отношений, необходимых для проведения правовой реформы, учитывающей гендерные аспекты. Государственная политика в России в этом направлении определяется национальной стратегией действий в интересах женщин. В рамках ее реализации под эгидой Совета Федерации при участии представителей власти, международных организаций, бизнеса, гражданского общества проводится регулярно Евразийский женский форум. В нынешнем году он собрал очно участниц из 111 стран мира и 23 международных организаций. Пользуясь случаем, позвольте поблагодарить всех женщин-парламентариев, принявших участие в форуме. Между форумами работает совет. По сути, этот совет является эффективной моделью партнерства государства, бизнеса и гражданского общества в интересах женщин. Советом успешно реализуются масштабные проекты, направленные на расширение участия женщин во всех сферах жизни. Наряду с этим активно используются технологии и инструменты, направленные на продвижение женского лидерства. Совместно с президентской платформой реализуется образовательная программа для молодых женщин «Женщина-лидер» по подготовке их к участию, более активному участию в экономике, социальной сфере политики. Мы заинтересованы в международном развитии данной программы. Опыт реализации указанных проектов и эффективного партнерского взаимодействия способствует совершенствованию законодательства и развитию стратегии действий в интересах женщин на будущие периоды. Уважаемые коллеги, от всей души всем нам желаю успешной работы и всем коллегам здоровья и благополучия. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mrs. Karelova. And I have also another announcement that as of now, we have received many of you wishing to speak and share your experiences, and we have to close the list of speakers. So we will not be taking any more requests to take the floor as of now. Please note this. As for the next speaker, I invite the representative from Cyprus to take the floor and also remind you of the 2 minutes rule. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity. The introduction of the gender perspective into participatory processes should be considered a process of change in the relations of power and influence on public policy, and should highlight the specific characteristics of women and identify the mechanisms that generate inequalities. Women in Cyprus demand public consultation on legislative proposals. As in a country where women are underrepresented in government and parliament, this will give them the opportunity to share their experience and expertise, to express their views and concerns, and to be actively involved in policy formulation. Partnerships will ensure better policies that respond to the specific needs of women. Close collaboration between parliamentarians, state agencies, and civil society organizations is essential. Earlier this year, following a public consultation, the Cyprus House of Representatives enacted a milestone legislation on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. The said legislation aims at creating a modern and integrated legal framework, one that can address the challenges women face today, including provisions for the protection and support of all victims and assistance to women organizations and services involved for effective cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with this, let us move on to the representative from Angola. You have the floor.
Muito obrigada, mesa do presídio. Muito obrigada por esta oportunidade. Eu vou partilhar também com as demais colegas que aqui se encontram a experiência de Angola neste domínio. E gostaria de começar por dizer que há 25 anos, eu não sei se a tradução está a funcionar, há cerca de 25 anos, a Assembleia da República de Angola criou um grupo de mulheres parlamentares. Na altura, o objetivo era alcançarmos os 30% de mulheres no Parlamento. Foi uma trajetória longa, tínhamos um partido com 3 deputadas apenas, todas mulheres, mas tínhamos um outro partido com apenas 10% de mulheres e o partido maioritário com cerca de 27% de mulheres. Este grupo parlamentar não cruzou os braços. Nós não temos legislação em Angola discriminatória contra a mulher. Temos uma lei da violência doméstica, portanto, uma lei contra a violência doméstica. Temos também uma lei que condena a violência sexual de crianças online. E temos estado ultimamente a trabalhar muito afincadamente para a igualdade de género. E a experiência que eu gostaria de partilhar é a seguinte: como nós, a nível do Parlamento, não obstante tivéssemos conseguido envolver alguns homens para nos apoiar nesta causa, sobretudo quando aprovamos o Orçamento Geral do Estado, em que nós aprovamos uma resolução a solicitar que a igualdade de género fosse algo contemplado no Orçamento Geral do Estado, o processo foi-se arrastando e foi muito lento. Mas este ano resolvemos, com o apoio de um projeto financiado pela União Europeia e executado pelo PNUD, com a parceria de colegas de Cabo Verde, desenvolver uma série de seminários para tentarmos entender o porquê que é importante esta igualdade de género. E neste processo nós conseguimos envolver a Ministra das Finanças, que é uma mulher, conseguimos envolver o Ministro da Economia e Planeamento, que é um homem, mas que foi perceber o que é a igualdade de género, e pela primeira vez em 2021 nós conseguimos ter um orçamento que está a ser discutido neste momento, que engloba o orçamento sensível ao género, ou seja, um orçamento que contém os marcadores de género para nós podermos analisar de que forma é que efetivamente esta igualdade, através da materialização das políticas e com recursos orçamentados, vai ser implementada no mais curto espaço de tempo. Era esta a experiência que eu queria partilhar, o tempo não dá para mais. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it brief. We now move to the representative from Oman. Please take the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor to speak. I will speak in Arabic now. Thank you. طبعا أريد أتحدث عن أهمية دعم الحكومة لدور المرأة في عمان. المرأة العمانية نالت تكريم سامي من لدن حضرة صاحب الجلالة الراحل سلطان عمان قابوس بن سعيد طيب الله ثراه، وخصص يوم للمرأة العمانية نحتفل فيه سنويا في كل عام. وأكد على أنه مشاركة المرأة العمانية الفاعلة في بناء نهضة عمان، وكما قال صاحب الجلالة أنه جناح الوطن لا يستقيم إلا بوجودها معه رحمة الله عليه. وقد أوصى بأن يستكمل المسيرة حضرة صاحب الجلالة سلطان هيثم بن طارق حفظ الله ورعاه، وأكد على ما تم تأسيسه سابقا على أن تتمتع المرأة العمانية بكافة حقوقها التي كفلها لها القانون، وأن تعمل جنبا إلى جنب مع أخيها الرجل في مختلف مجالات الخدمة لوطنها ومجتمعها، والاستمرار أيضا نستمر في الاحتفال بالمرأة العمانية. الاهتمام حكومة السلطنة من بداية عصر النهضة المباركة بدعم وتمكين المرأة العمانية جاء بإتاحة الفرصة لها في المساواة والتعليم وبناء الثروة البشرية، وطبعا دعم المرأة في التمكين السياسي كشريك أساسي وداعم من خلال صناعة القرار وإقرار السياسات والتشريعات الوطنية من خلال عضويتها بالمجالس التشريعية واللجان الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية، وأيضا تفعيل حقها الدستوري في المساواة بين المرأة والرجل. حظيت المرأة العمانية بحق المشاركة في الترشح والترشيح في مجلس الشورى في عام 1994، وأيضا أعطيت الحق في الترشح لعضويات مجلس الدولة عند تأسيسه في 97. تم انتخاب 4 عضوات، والآن نحن بنسبة 9%، والآن يتم التمثيل المرأة بعضوية 17% من أعداد المجلس. احتلت المرأة العمانية أيضا مناصب رئيسية في العمل الدبلوماسي كسفيرة ومندوبة للسلطنة لدى وكالات الأمم المتحدة وغيرها من المناصب الدبلوماسية، وأعطيت حقائب وزارية تعنى بالتعليم والتنمية الاجتماعية وأيضا وكيلات الوزارات. وتسعى السلطنة لتحقيق رؤية عمان 2040 وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ومنها الهدف الخامس الخاص بتحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين النساء والموائمة السياسية مع اتفاقية القضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you for this, and it is truly inspiring when leaders of countries take a strong stance on ensuring equality of men and women, like it has been said by the representatives of Oman, of Qatar, and of Morocco. And with this, we move on to Tanzania, who wishes also to take the floor on segment number 2. And I remind you that we are talking now about how parliaments can do more to engage girls and women in the regular work of the parliaments, in the committees and other sectors of these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to contribute in this valuable meeting. And on the side of Tanzania, we would like to contribute about legal frameworks. Tanzania, under the first president female in our history, we are on the process of reviewing policy and legal frameworks to ensure actionable and more measurable means of including women in economic empowerment. It is very recent, Madam President, has been circulated this circular to ensure girls return to school after being pregnant. And among the laws we expect to review is the law of marriage of 2022. That law provides the provision for a man to pay the maintenance for a child whenever he has neglected to provide. But that law is also silent when the man is refusing that the pregnancy is his. So we are in the process to review the act, also to ensure including the act of stepchild. Because many men, when they marry a woman, they don't want to take care of the stepchild, and the burden is going to the woman. And there are a number of cases that has been reported, the abusing of the stepchild from the stepfathers. So Tanzania is on the process of reviewing these policies and legal framework to ensure women empowerment and economic inclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have our final speaker in the second segment. This is the representative of Arab Parliament. Please, the floor is yours.
يسعد مساكم والله يعطيكم العافية. حقيقة هو تمكين المرأة وحماية حقوقها وتحقيق المساواة يمثل إحدى المتطلبات الرئيسية لتحقيق النهضة والتنمية الشاملة في أي مجتمع. وعلى الرغم من الخطوات اللي أخذتها العديد من الدول في تشريعاتها لتحقيق هاي المساواة، لكن ما زالت قضية المرأة بين المد والجزر. في بعض الأحيان بتنهض على السطح، وفي بعض الأحيان بيتم إخراجها. أنا من وجهة نظرنا إنه العنف هو أساس، يعني طول ما المرأة بتتعرض لعنف سواء داخل الأسرة أو خارجها أو عنف سياسي بكل أشكاله، أنا بعتقد التحقيق المساواة رح نكون بعاد عنه، ولا بد من قوننة التشريعات ورصد كافة المخالفات التي تعنى بقضية العنف ضد المرأة. طبعا بدنا احنا نثمن عاليا المبادرة المشتركة بين الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي والأمم المتحدة، والخاصة بإعداد دليل برلماني يتضمن أفضل التشريعات والممارسات التي يمكن الاسترشاد والاقتداء بها في مجال تمكين المرأة، لأنه هاي رح تكون نموذج لكل العالم بتحقيق المساواة والتمكين للمرأة على كل الصعود. وهذا الدليل رح يوفر كثير من الجهد والوقت من أجل توفير البنية التشريعية النموذجية الداعمة للمساواة بين الجنسين. ولكن زي ما تفضلت السيدة الرئيسة، مجرد إعداد دليل وحده لا يكفي، لكن لابد من توافر الإرادة السياسية والقانونية لتطبيقه على أرض الواقع. البرلمان العربي طبعا وضع في إطار الاستراتيجية عمله الجديدة قضايا المرأة كأولوية أولى في مقدمة أجندة عمله للمرحلة القادمة، وقد حرص منذ اللحظة الأولى على ألا يكون ذلك مجرد شعارات، بل هو تطبيق على أرض الواقع، وعمل على اتخاذ خطوات تنفيذية جادة في هذا المسار بالإعلان عن إنشاء أول منتدى برلماني عربي للبرلمانيات، ونظم من خلاله دبلومة تطبيقية متخصصة هي الأولى من نوعها على المستوى العربي، وكان ذلك بالتعاون مع منتدى البرلمان العالمي لبناء وتعزيز قدرات المرأة والتوعية بحقوقها في كافة المجالات. طبعا ما زال أمامنا خطوات كتير كبيرة علينا أن نقطعها، وآملة أن نستطيع من خلال هذا المؤتمر تحقيق أفضل الوسائل. ألف شكر.
Thank you for this. And with this we conclude, and I thank you also for raising the issue of the necessity to eradicate violence against women as quickly as possible. It is atrocious that still in the 21st century daily we have a death toll of 137 women a day who die globally because of domestic violence and other types of violence against women. This is not a normal situation, to say the least, for the 21st century. And thank you for raising this issue. We must continue to work together with the men across the globe to eradicate this phenomenon once and for all. With this, we move on to segment 3. And we have a speaker on this, a panelist on this, Ms. Mix from Chile. Please, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes to do the panel presentation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Estimadas parlamentarias, parlamentarios, hace décadas que la comunidad internacional ha puesto el foco en el hecho que, pese a que somos algo más que la mitad de la población mundial, las mujeres nos encontramos en una desigualdad constante en lo cotidiano y también en materia de participación política, ya que la evidencia muestra que accedemos en promedio a solo un poco más de una quinta parte de los cargos de elección popular en disputa. Para revertir aquello, en Chile se han desplegado mecanismos que han permitido enfrentar las desigualdades prácticas de participación política entre mujeres y hombres, siendo uno de los ejemplos más gravitantes al respecto la ley que garantizó la paridad de género en el histórico proceso constituyente que actualmente estamos viviendo. De ese modo, hoy la Convención Constitucional o Asamblea Constituyente está compuesta por el 51% de mujeres. De ese modo, Chile será el primer país del mundo en tener una constitución escrita por el mismo número de hombres y mujeres. El desafío ahora es hacer extensivas reformas como esta a otras instancias de representación popular. Lamentablemente no logramos la paridad para las elecciones parlamentarias vividas hace menos de una semana, pues por más que insistimos en modificar la ley, solo se conservó el mecanismo de las cuotas. En la Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas, el 2017 fuimos electas 37 y ahora 55 mujeres, por lo que la representatividad pasó de un 23,9% a un 35,4%. Sin embargo, en el Senado no sucedió lo mismo, ahí el porcentaje se redujo. La representación descriptiva que ha conseguido incrementar la presencia numérica de mujeres electas en los parlamentos, de todos modos no es suficiente, por lo que tiene que ir complementada con una representación sustantiva, es decir, no solamente cuántas mujeres son parlamentarias, sino sobre todo qué hacen las mujeres en el Parlamento y cuáles son los efectos de su presencia en los parlamentos para los intereses y preocupaciones de las mujeres. La incorporación de la perspectiva de género en las instituciones parlamentarias lleva a identificar cómo sería un parlamento sensible al género, que juega un rol relevante para corregir las desigualdades y facilitar la paridad de participación entre hombres y mujeres. Por tanto, se trata de un tipo de institución que haga posible la representación política de las mujeres en términos descriptivos, sustantivos y simbólicos de manera efectiva y equitativa. Como parte de su esfuerzo por dar seguimiento a la inclusión de las mujeres en Parlamento, la misma UIP abordó desde hace más de una década el estudio sistemático de la sensibilidad de género en los cuerpos legislativos. Producto de ese trabajo se estableció una definición de parlamento sensible al género, lo que significa fundamentalmente que elimina las barreras a la plena participación de las mujeres y ofrece un ejemplo o modelo positivo a la sociedad en general. De esta manera, la UIP adoptó un plan de atención que tiene 6 dimensiones, las cuales nosotros desde Chile la hemos tomado, la hemos incorporado, partiendo por el hecho de cambiarle el nombre a nuestra Cámara de Diputados, que se llamaba hace 4 años, y hoy día ya se llama Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas. Son avances en los lenguajes que construyen realidades, ¿verdad? Por ello, es imprescindible que en estas instancias interparlamentarias se verifique una participación sustantiva y no solo representativa de las mujeres en la vida político-pública. Como señalé antes, la ley de cuotas, sin duda, tuvo un impacto positivo en cuanto a la composición de género en nuestro Congreso. Sin embargo, cabe consignar que en la Comisión de Hacienda de la Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas, actualmente de 13 miembros, solo una es mujer. Y en el Senado, la misma comisión tiene una mujer de 4. No es buena noticia, por cierto, porque permite visibilizar los desequilibrios en nuestro Parlamento que aún presenta, independientemente de los logros y avances que se han alcanzado en esta última legislatura. La educación y la denuncia pública de las inequidades pueden considerarse como el paso cero hacia la elaboración y discusión de un presupuesto que refleje de mejor manera el ideal de la igualdad de género. Agradezco, Presidenta, la invitación que me permitió compartir brevemente algunos conceptos e ideas en torno a mecanismos de igualdad de género en los parlamentos y algunas realidades particulares que hoy vivimos en nuestro Congreso chileno. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mix. We are now going into the discussion, and I remind you that segment 3 is dedicated to parliaments and how well they are equipped to be champions of gender equality. The questions we want to look at, again, they are on screen available for you, but I will remind you that we are looking essentially at gender-sensitive parliamentary scrutiny, whether parliaments conduct gender assessments of legislation and whether parliaments are equipped to do so, and also whether parliaments oversee the implementation of gender equality related in the legislation which is being regarded by these parliaments. So with this, we have a list of speakers, which is quite full, and we will start with Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Alona Shkrum from Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this interesting discussion for everybody who shared their experiences. This is very useful for us. I have to tell you from my personal experience that 30 years ago, in the first Parliament of Independent Ukraine, 1991, we had only 12 women, which was only 2% in the parliament as members of parliament. Right now, 30 years later, we have the largest number of women MPs in the parliament, obviously still not enough, but we're
talking about 21% of members of parliament who are women. And we realized on the way that our parliament was completely not equipped to deal with gender budgeting, gender equality, scrutiny of the legislation. For example, 6 years ago, I was a member of parliament already, and it was a celebration of the International Women's Day, 8th of March in Brussels. And I found out back then, 6 years ago, that there was a list of almost 100 jobs in Ukraine which were not allowed to be filled by women. And I found about it from international experts, from international scrutiny of legislation, but not from my own parliament. And obviously we came back and we worked as women to actually abolish those rules because, for example, we could not have at the moment women who would be a general in the military. So there were a lot of women in the army, and right now we have about 15% of women in the army protecting our borders and sovereignty, especially in the war, but they could not become generals, for example, or they could not become drivers of the metro subway station because of the old Soviet Union legislation. And so this scrutiny was very important for us. So we formed a specific interfraction union caucus, called it Equal Opportunities, Equal Possibilities. And this caucus united members of parliament from every possible fraction and party in the parliament, actually for the scrutiny, for working on this legislation and for promoting it more and more in the parliament. And in this caucus, we work together with men, members of parliament, and I want actually to thank a colleague who is right now near me, who is a man and co-president of our caucus in our parliament, because without their interference, this road would take us longer time. And I want to thank every man who came here from different parliaments to talk about this topic, because this is very important to have you in the room. So in our experience, involving men, working interfraction meetings and caucuses, working with equal opportunities and international experts have really moved it along and has really helped us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kroom, and it is extremely important to really have men on board of this gender equality discussion. Women alone cannot do this. We cannot be preaching to the converted. We need the men there standing next to us and advocating for the equality. With this, we have the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Maldives, who is up next to take the floor. Please, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are just 4 women in the parliament in the Maldives out of 87. So what we do, whatever work we do on gender, we have to do with a lot of networking and with a lot of help from our partners, both from within the parliament and from outside, say from the executive. One of the first things we did in our parliament was constitute the first ever standing committee on gender and human rights. And using that committee, we've been able to implement and enact a number of legislation on domestic violence and sexual harassment, on gender equality. But mostly last year, we passed a legislation on allocating 30% of seats for women in local councils. And using the standing committee, the newly enacted standing committee on gender, we are able to comment and scrutinize the budget annually from a gender perspective. The Gender Committee in Parliament is also open for the public to petition the Parliament on a number of issues, including child abuse, abuse in schools, abuse in state institutions, etc. So we, with a standing committee in Parliament, we bring the issue very much to the forefront. We've also conducted an inquiry, a national inquiry on the gaps in legislation, on implementation, what we need to do next, etc., etc. And we hope to continue to do that on an annual basis. So the Parliament, the Gender Committee in Parliament, with Just Us 4 Women, we will be annually revising and reviewing what we need to do for women's rights, for fulfillment, and for protection from a gender perspective. We scrutinize, we try and scrutinize, we try and legislate, and we try and conduct oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing this experience. It's really important to have such gender equality committees and missions like in your parliament. And our next speaker who has requested the floor is a representative from the United Kingdom. Please, the floor is all yours.
Tara Watemi from the United Kingdom. In order to ensure that there's gender representation in legislation, there always has to be that cross-party commitment to ensure that there is that representation in the political roles as well. And that's why in the United Kingdom we do have that cross-party commitment to ensure that within our House of Commons there is that 50-50 gender representation, and some parties have been able to achieve that through initiatives such as All Women Shortlist. However, when you then look into the House of Lords, we currently have a situation where we have seats which can be inherited, and that means that 1/8 of those seats are essentially dedicated to men. And I know there's a lot of work being done to challenge that and to change the legislation around that as well. In our delegations and in our committees, there is also a commitment to ensure that we have gender representation. And currently in this delegation, 5 of the 6 delegates are women, including the delegate leader. We have an independent equality and Women's and Equality Commission, who looks at challenging discrimination and equality within the country. We also have a Women and Equality Minister who looks at ensuring that women's rights are championed and looks into gaps within the legislation to address any areas where gender equality can be improved, and works cross-party and work cross-department with other areas to tackle discrimination against women. So, for example, the Home Office to address violence against women and girls. We have a Women's and Equality Committee who essentially holds the minister to account, but also conducts parliamentary inquiries. For example, they recently published a gender pay gap inquiry, which was really effective. But we still have a long way to go in the United Kingdom. We need to ensure that within all our legislation that we carry out impact assessment to look at how the policy areas impact women's lives. We also need to look at legislation in our corporate boards, because currently we only have 30% women's representation, and actually it would be more effective if we had 50% representation. What we need and what we are determined to achieve is to ensure that that within our legislation and within our country that women's agendas are always a priority, and that's to ensure that the wider community and the wider society are able to also push that agenda in all areas of life within the United Kingdom. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your contribution, and I feel it is also important that parliaments include one person specially designated and who is solely responsible for monitoring and assessing the issues dealing with gender equality. Because if we leave it just to chance and sort of hope that everybody will be doing their deal, it is not enough often in most of our parliaments. With this, I would like to give the floor to the representative from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Dans le cadre de favoriser l'égalité des sexes au Parlement congolais, pour les cas du Sénat congolais, nous sommes passés de 5 à 25%. Loin encore de l'objectif visé, mais une amélioration très significative. Nous encourageons les femmes à se battre au sein de leurs partis politiques respectifs pour accroître le nombre de femmes au Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo. Les femmes se donnent de plus en plus et ne veulent plus jouer le rôle d'accompagnatrice, mais plutôt de celles qui participent effectivement dans les instances de prise de décision pour le développement de notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo. Au niveau du Sénat congolais, au niveau du leadership du Sénat congolais, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes passés de 0 à 1 et de 1 à 3.
So thank you, colleagues, for joining me up here. As we prepare, we will start with the discussion, with the report on the first working group that was prepared by Madame Baba Moussa. So as soon as you are ready, we are very honored and pleased to hear this report.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, le groupe 1, groupe de travail qui a planché, qui a travaillé sur le thème législation sensible au genre et axée sur les besoins des victimes pour lutter contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne. La présidente de ce groupe, je dirais d'abord, excusez-moi, que j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter le rapport. Les travaux de ce groupe ont été présidés par Madame Rami Fayez du Bahreïn. Il y avait au total 80 participants, dont 64 femmes et 16 hommes. Nous avons dirigé nos discussions sur la législation sensible au genre et axée sur les besoins des victimes pour lutter contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne. 18 délégations ont pris la parole pour partager leur point de vue et des bonnes pratiques sur ce sujet avec une approche et perspective genre. Nous avons été unanimes pour dire que les enfants sont la force et l'avenir de nos sociétés, mais ils sont également des cibles fragiles au phénomène grandissant de l'exploitation sexuelle et des abus sexuels en ligne. Ce phénomène s'est encore aggravé par l'isolement des enfants et leur utilisation accrue d'Internet pendant les mesures de confinement liées à la pandémie de Covid-19. Les prédateurs sexuels en ont profité et ont diversifié les formes d'exploitation et d'abus sexuels à l'encontre des enfants. Il est donc urgent pour les parlements d'adopter des législations inclusives, complètes et sensibles aux gens qui criminalisent toutes les formes d'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et des abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne. La législation et les politiques doivent protéger les droits et la sécurité des enfants survivants de ces violences et mettre l'accent sur l'autonomisation immédiate des femmes des survivants, j'allais dire. Des centres de prise en charge et d'accompagnement des enfants survivants doivent être mis en place pour les aider à se préparer et se reconstruire psychologiquement et physiquement. La priorité doit être mise sur les mécanismes d'alerte et les signalements donnés par les enfants des exploitations sexuelles en ligne, y compris au moyen de lignes d'urgence et d'assistance sur les plateformes en ligne. Il nous est apparu essentiel d'intégrer les enfants dans la recherche de solutions qui doivent prendre en compte les besoins différenciés des enfants selon leur âge et leur sexe. Il est nécessaire d'avoir des mesures spécifiques adaptées aux jeunes filles qui sont souvent les plus exposées à l'exploitation sexuelle en ligne. Il a été également souligné la nécessité d'adapter les mesures aux enjeux et au contexte culturel des pays. Les politiques doivent inclure la formation et du renforcement de capacités de la police pour prévenir et répondre à ces crimes. Les politiques doivent également promouvoir la coopération entre tous les États dans la lutte contre l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard d'enfants en ligne qui sont souvent des crimes qui ne connaissent pas de frontières. Plusieurs intervenantes ont aussi appelé à renforcer les cadres réglementaires des plateformes en ligne qui viennent pour la plupart des pays développés, afin que ces plateformes s'impliquent dans la prévention et l'élimination de l'exploitation sexuelle des enfants et les abus sexuels à l'égard des enfants en ligne. Nous avons également insisté sur l'éducation des enfants pour les protéger contre ces formes d'exploitation et d'abus. Enfin, toutes ces mesures devraient s'inscrire dans une démarche globale d'élimination des inégalités entre hommes et femmes et de lutte contre les formes de violence fondées sur le genre. Je vous remercie. Merci.
Et merci à vous aussi pour ce rapport. Et alors, je tourne à Madame Al-Swahidi. Madam, you will have the floor now to present your findings on the second working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to report on the work of the second working group. This group was chaired by Mrs. Rieton from France, and there were 29 delegates in the room, of which 25 were women and 4 were men. Our discussion focused on age and gender-sensitive strategies to empower and educate children to protect themselves and report online sexual exploitation. 12 delegates took the floor to share their views and good practices on this topic. We discussed the importance and need of strong legislation and accountability frameworks to combat online sexual exploitation and abuse of children. This includes adhering to international conventions, such as the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and, most importantly, domesticating these treaties by adopting specific legal provisions on online sexual violence, exploitation, and abuse of children. Our group also expressed the view that legislation is not enough. There is a need to raise awareness, educate, and engage all those concerned: children, families, communities, teachers, doctors, and legal and law enforcement professionals. We need all hands on deck. All stakeholders must be engaged and work in a collaborative way. Dedicated support services and all those who interact with children must be trained for detecting the signs of abuse and addressing them in an age and gender-sensitive and appropriate manner. Any strategy to prevent online sexual exploitation and abuse must also include sex education and digital literacy education. Here again, beyond schools, all those dealing with children must be equipped to act when and as appropriate to ensure children can protect themselves and seek support. Awareness-raising campaigns are equally important. They must be tailored to all the different targeted groups: children, adults, boys and girls as well, in order to encourage reporting and model behavior. Here, there is a need to lead by example as countries and as individuals so that behavior can change, both on the part of potential victims as well as potential perpetrators. Let us be clear. While we know that online sexual exploitation and abuse may happen to girls and boys alike, we must address the root causes of online sexual exploitation and abuse of children. The perpetrators of tomorrow are the boys of today. So we need to prevent that by building academic knowledge of the problem and educated all parties concerned with this gender dimension in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for this presentation, and thank you to both of our rapporteurs, Madame Baba Moussa and Madame Al-Swahidi. You have done an excellent job in presenting what has been going on in the morning in the two very active working groups. and preparing such summaries. Now I invite the forum to adopt the reports of the rapporteurs, and I suggest we do so by acclamation. If no one has any objections, then I suggest that it is so done. And with this, yes. This is great. Now we have the two reports which have been adopted by our forum, and they will now be used to draft some amendments to the resolution, and this will be presented to the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. This drafting will be done in consultation with the chairs of the working group in that committee, and also with myself, the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. So this matter is now discussed and concluded. Now we move to the next point of our agenda, and that is the election to the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. This is item 8 on the agenda, by the way. The Forum of Women Parliamentarians is required to fill the vacant seat on the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians of one regional representative for the Asia-Pacific group. The end of term of this regional representative shall be in April 2023. And the seat has been left vacant during the 142nd IPU Assembly. The elections are to be held based on candidatures received from the Asia-Pacific Geopolitical Group, which were submitted to the Secretariat as of Thursday, 25th November. And Zaina, can I now ask you to share with us the candidature that we have received?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have received a candidature from Mongolia to this position of regional representative, and the name of the candidate is Ms. Shimbat Undram. So you can fill this vacancy if you wish so.
So great, thank you, Zaina. And dear colleagues, I would like us to proceed with the election of this candidate. Does the forum agree? Again, it's a vote by acclamation. If you agree, please. Great, it's great to hear that there's no objections, and we now welcome our new colleague to the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. I'm very pleased to congratulate the representative from Mongolia. So now the forum is also called upon today for another election. We must approve the candidate for the second vice president of the Bureau. This vacancy was left until the last assembly. So the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians therefore met this morning to consider nominations for the positions of the second president of the Bureau. And we have had the nomination, we have had actually it was two candidates who have presented themselves, and the candidate from Andorra, from Ecuador, Madame Munoz, has been elected as second vice president of the Bureau. If the forum again agrees, please. I see that it is a definite support. Thank you, colleagues. And again, once again, I am pleased to congratulate Madame Andrade Munoz from Ecuador in your new position as second vice president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Looking forward to doing many interesting projects with you in the Bureau. Madame Munoz, if you would like to say something, you are welcome to have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes, queridas y queridos presentes. Un saludo afectuoso desde Ecuador, un país latinoamericano que ha sido parte de la Unión Interparlamentaria durante décadas. Ecuador alcanza esta representación que la asumo a nombre de mi país y de los países de América Latina. Quiero agradecer a todas las mujeres que apoyaron esta candidatura, pero también asumir el compromiso de trabajo en conjunto para lograr los objetivos que sin duda son importantes para eliminar esas brechas de género, esas brechas todavía para alcanzar la igualdad, la equidad. Quiero señalar que he luchado durante 4 décadas por los derechos de las mujeres, alcanzando importantes logros en mi país, como es la ley de cuotas, a través de la Constitución que consta en mi país, como la ley de igualdad, la ley de paridad y también de la alternancia y secuencialidad, lo que aquí se conoce en España como la ley cremallera. Y también hace poco en el Código de la Democracia incorporar que las mujeres presidamos las listas hasta alcanzar en el año 2025 el 50%, es decir, con mejor opción de llegada a los parlamentos y a las diferentes candidaturas. Igualmente, que en el 2025 será el binomio presidencial hombre-mujer, mujer-hombre ya por ley. Ningún partido podrá inscribir sus listas si no cuentan con esta exigencia. Igualmente, que hemos normado la violencia política que ustedes saben que desestimula la participación de las mujeres. En este foro quiero rescatar que los problemas son los mismos. Estamos en diferentes continentes, pero nuestro denominador común es justamente esta falta de equidad, que es una lucha constante. Y aquí estamos precisamente mujeres empoderadas, mujeres quizás privilegiadas por haber alcanzado la educación, por haber alcanzado espacios de representación, pero que asumimos la defensa de los derechos de las mujeres, de aquellas que no tienen voz. En mi país, 6 de cada 10 mujeres no tienen ninguna protección social. Se ha perdido el 66% de empleo en la pandemia justamente para las mujeres. Tenemos unas realidades muy fuertes. Si bien hemos alcanzado ahora mismo la presidenta de la Asamblea Nacional o del Congreso Nacional, como se llamaría en otras democracias, es una mujer. Sin embargo, vemos cómo es tan escasa la representación en las elecciones uninominales. Es decir, para alcaldesas, para presidentas de la República, es prácticamente nula nuestra representación. Por eso estamos aquí, para enriquecernos precisamente de propuestas y proyectos como las he escuchado en estos días y que sin duda serán nuestra hoja de ruta para construir juntas la anhelada igualdad. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo y estaré presta para todo mi contingente ponerle a disposición de la Mesa de Mujeres Parlamentarias y de la Unión Interparlamentaria Mundial. Muchas gracias y un saludo desde Ecuador con todo corazón para ustedes. Gracias, queridas y queridos amigos y compañeras.
Gracias, Señora Muñoz. That is definitely a very extensive experience that you have offered to the Forum and to the Bureau. And again, we look forward to welcoming you there. So our agenda is almost completed, but before we say our goodbyes for today, I would like to remind you of the next session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and that will take place in March this year in Bali, Indonesia, during the 144th Assembly of the IPU. And with this in mind, I have our dear colleague from Indonesia who would like to say a few words about this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the host of the next assembly, Indonesia is firmly committed to make the event a successful one. So I encourage you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to come to our one of our most favorite tourism spots, that is Bali, and enjoy the beautiful view while working for completing the strategy for IPU. And Indonesia has a strong commitment to ensure the implementation of gender mainstreaming, protection of women's rights, women's empowerment, both at the national and global levels. In Parliament, we continue to oversee these issues, how to reduce the gender gap in various fields of development. In line with Indonesia's presidency in the G20, with inclusivity as one of its priorities, issues such as advancing role of women in leadership and decision-making position, the role of women in micro, small, medium enterprises, in the digitalization era, as well as bridging gender gap in STEM education are high on the agenda. So we are really looking forward to see you all next year in Bali in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kamaruddin. And I think we are all looking forward to this next meeting of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians and the 144th IPU Assembly, and to continue the topics which you have just highlighted, and of learning more about the Indonesian experience in ensuring gender equality through all sectors. And with this, dear colleagues, our task is complete for today. I wish to thank all of you for your hard work and participation in this 32nd session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We all did a great job. I think we all deserve a round of applause. For me, it was a great pleasure to be presiding over this very honorable assembly and to learn from all of your experiences and to take in all the very interesting and profound comments that we have heard today. And with this, I wish you a fruitful 143rd IPU Assembly in Madrid. I also would like to thank our interpreters that have been working with us, working hard with us for the whole day. Thank you for this. And I would like us all to thank the Secretariat, which did a brilliant job, with Zaina at the head of her team, who have led us through this forum and through the Bureau, put together a brilliant agenda, brilliant presentations for us. Thank you. And with this, the 32nd session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians is now declared closed. Thank you.